Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a good day. Let's see if I can find the right scene. There we go. So, let's see. I've got a few announcements today, I guess more than the usual amount. So, first of all, about an hour ago, I posted my newest puzzle over on LMD. Tristan can post a link in chat. It is called Cascade. I have been on a Nabner line kick for whatever reason, so I posted a puzzle with Nabner lines and white dots. I am quite proud of it. I like this one, so hopefully you will like it too. If you are into that sort of thing, there are probably already a few people in chat who have solved it, given that several people saw it over on the Discord. But anyway, if you are into that sort of thing, I recommend you look at it. At the end of stream today, so in either 3 or 4 hours, depending on when Tristan decides is appropriate, we are going to debut a video of Tristan and Tallcat collaboratively solving the Paradoku that Rankskin and I set. So Rankskin and I set a Paradoku, by the way. So if you are interested in watching that, we'll be doing a YouTube premiere or whatever it's called. So I'll chat and you can chat and all watch together the first solve of this puzzle, or a solve of this puzzle. I suppose it's actually like the third or fourth or whatever, so it should be fun. And then following that, not immediately following it, but later at some point in this week, Ranks will be releasing over on his channel a video of he and I setting the puzzle together, and it's a really neat edit. I've seen the edit where Ranks and I are setting the puzzle, but then interspersed with each step that we set, there's also videos of various people solving it as a pair. So you'll be able to sort of see Tristan and Tallcat will also appear in that video, but so will also folks like Chameleon and Virtual and Jessica and Worm. So you'll get to see a whole bunch of different people who've solved it and their reactions to different pieces and how they were able to follow/not follow it or find what we intended or not and all that sort of thing. So I think it is a neat take on the sort of setting video idea, because we've got both a video of us setting it, but then also videos of people solving it sort of spliced in. And by we have, I mean Ranks did all of it, and I just set the puzzle with him. So, but anyway, so I think it will be interesting there. Also, this is stream 199, which means the next stream will be stream 200. The next stream is actually going to be, so normally by our schedule, we'd stream a couple times between now and then. And normally by our schedule, we wouldn't stream on Saturday. But our next stream, stream 200, is actually going to be on Saturday to facilitate having guests. So I can't promise exactly who all of the guests will be, but there will be guests. And so we'll be able to do that, but we can't really have guests on a Wednesday stream, especially when Tristan can't guest on a Wednesday stream because he's at work or whatever. So anyway, so there'll be guests to be named for stream 200. Also, after that, I'll be starting teaching the next week, so I'll be going to a new schedule that I thought I had all worked out, but then I realized there was a fatal flaw to my plan as to when it would actually be. So I don't know exactly what it's going to be yet, but anyway, we will announce it. But anyway, this week, in lieu of a stream, there's going to be the debut of the Ranks and I setting a Paradoku puzzle. And so we'll do that, and I will be running around getting ready for classes and so forth. So anyway, so that's stream stuff. Please do enjoy, in particular, Cascade. It is a puzzle I am quite proud of. Yes, the students will enjoy the carnival cake hair, I'm sure. I've actually really enjoyed the way this dye has sort of slowly changed color as it gets washed out little by little by little. Like my hair is now definitely pretty solidly carnival cake, I feel like. Karen asks how hard Cascade is. I'm going to say I thought it was probably between a 4 and a 5, whereas the testers all thought it was between a 3 and a 4, so I think it's easier than I thought it was, is, I think, the conclusion of that. So I know Micro tested it, and I think Micro said maybe a 3. So 3 or 4, somewhere in that vicinity. I think it's harder than most of my recent puzzles, but I think most of the people who tested it did not feel that it was harder than most of my recent puzzles. So maybe I'll feel like it is. Maybe after I watch people solve it, I'll go, oh yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. It's hard until I've watched people solve a puzzle for me to have a real sense of how easy / hard it is, and sort of like what the sticking points are or whatever. Like I have a guess, but we'll see. I have no idea, David. This is one I definitely hope Simon will do, but no idea. I was also kind of hoping Simon would do soliloquy, because I think there's a couple really cute steps in soliloquy, but apparently I'm just obsessed with Nabner lines now is the only thing that I can say. Because I have now set several puzzles in a row which have Nabner lines in them. Okay, so we have an anti-knight Fillomino puzzle now by Math Pesto. So Fillomino means that we have to fill the grid with shapes, and the digit is the size of the shape. So for example, like this could be a shape of size 7, and all of them would be of size 7. Apparently we need to turn conflict checker off, because that would be, oh wait, is it actually doing anti-knight and not Fillomino? Will it complain about that? Oh, it is actually doing anti-knight. All right, but the other rule is that it's anti-knight, which is that you can't you can't have two digits that are a knight's move away that are the same. So if that's a 7, that can't be a 7. Okay. Now, I think we can do a complete exhaustion of what all of the anti-knight friendly Fillominos are. So one anti-knight friendly type is any line of any length. So a line of length 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Any length of a horizontal or vertical line is fine. Now, the thing you can notice is the second... Oh, not quite. I was going to say the second there's a length 3 line, it can't expand in either direction, but that's not quite true. The second there's a length 3 line, it can expand one up from the middle or one down from the middle. So our catalog includes this particular kind of, I guess I'd call this a T tetromino, but I think people would say T is a pentomino, and so not say that, and X. And then there's ones that don't feature a length 3 line, which are those. So lines, this little L triomino, T's, and X's. And that's it. That's the only things you can possibly make, I believe. I think we've proven that because if I include a line of length at least 4, I can't go up or down anymore because there's nowhere up or down. Oh, right, 2 by 2 square. Sorry. Right, there's one more. Jay points out there's one more in the category of doesn't contain a length 3 line. Sorry. Thank you, Jay. It's funny. I did this. I tried to do an anti-knight Fillomino, and then I realized this sort of catalog was very, very small. And so in particular, anything that is length 6 or more just has to be a line. So this 7, it's a line. This 6, it's a line. All right. Right. So Tristan would like me to read the number of, or the people who voted. So this puzzle was voted for by Doomdiot, Luda, Josh, Russ, Math Pesto, and David. Thank you so much for all of your support. Just to remind everyone who doesn't know how this works, every every stream, I start with the most voted on puzzle from the bucket. People who support the stream at the Windmill level or above, they get to see the upcoming puzzles and vote. Please go in and have a look at stuff to vote for, by the way. There's some cool stuff in there. So go for it if you want. And I encourage you to do that. All right. Yeah, today we have been at a sort of like massive tie sort of place. So it's very helpful if you go in and vote. Okay, so we've got the Shamomino here, but also this 6 can only expand up and down. So because it can only expand up and down, it can go at most 2 up. So therefore it has to go 4 down. So all of that is definitely part of my 6-omino here. The 7-omino is certainly not horizontal, so it's certainly vertical. So it can go at most 3 up. So it also goes at least 4 down. 2, 3, 4, like that, which gets me borders here. Yeah, Tristan did not put on the bet tree bot, so there is not a bet tree bot. I think Tristan is trying very frantically to edit together the video that I just promised would show up on the thing. Well, we've proven that there's no numbers larger than 10 involved in this puzzle, so I think it probably won't be a big issue. And there is an other, isn't there? You can bet other if you want. Okay. This cell is not a 3 because it sees 3 by anti-knight. So we have that. This cell is not a 3 because it sees 3 by anti-knight. So let's see. So this cell that sees 3 by anti-knight, is there anything? Is it always going to have to take this cell? I think it's always going to. No, it could take just those. Never mind. Okay, so that's fine. So we've got all of that. Let's see. Oh, this 6. This 6 is also forced. Because this 6 this 6 can't go horizontally as noted, so it goes vertically. So 2, 3, 4. So it needs to go up at least 2, and it goes up at most 4, so it needs to go down at least 2, I believe. Yeah, that seems correct. I somewhat wonder if we were intended or not to start this by making the global deduction that we did about what all of the possible shapes were. So so that cell can't be a 4 by anti-knight, so that puts a thing there. Let's see. This 4 sees there, so that can't be a 4. Why can't it just be a 7, madam? Or Matten? Matten says this has to go horizontal. I'm not sure I understand why it can't just be a 7. Hey, Nell, how are you doing? Right. Nicholas points out this can't go down because the 4 sees that. So this cell cannot be a... Sorry, this cell has to be a 4 is the correct thing to say. If this cell is not a 4, then this 4 can only grow like that or like that, both of which are L's. So this digit's a 4. And we have our digit dance for 4 as we set up. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Uh, if this is a 4, I don't think it works, because if this is a... Oh, no, if this is a 4, that could be a 4. I think it's if this isn't a 4, I think that's when we run into problems. Oh, there's a 6 I haven't even written in that would be easy. That 6 I should write in after I do this 4. If this is not a 4, then my 4 either has to grow like that, in which case it's stuck doing that, or grow backwards, neither of which works. So this needs to be a 4 as well. And so my last 4 is there or there. Now, the 6 we know is either horizontal or vertical, and it's not horizontal. So it's vertical. And it can go up at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it always goes down 1. And it can go down at most 2. So it always goes up at most, or at least 3. So we've got all of those things built in to our thing. This 5 almost assuredly has to be vertical, but maybe not. We've got that. Oh, yeah, I guess I could fill in the 6s in all of these cells and the 7s. That's a good point. So we've got that. I don't know what people are talking about. Oh, when people are saying X, they're saying X shape. Right. So yeah, the only shape of 5 people are pointing out, we did this at the beginning. The only valid 5 omino in this thing that's not a line is an X. And so as soon as a 5 can't be an X, then it's automatically a line. That's what we proved at the beginning. And so this 5 can't be part of an X. And so it is part of a line, and it's not a horizontal line, it's a vertical line, so it needs to go down at least 4. Likewise, this one is vertical. Sorry, this one's horizontal because it can't be an X, but it has more versatility to it, we'll say. Now, this one can't be a line, so it has to be an X. Is there only one X it can be? I see that it can be this X. I don't think there's any other X's it could be, though, so I think it has to be that X. I think. Chat will tell me if I'm wrong. There we go. So these are 5s. My 5s can be yellow in this puzzle. Let's fill in our border around the grid. Just for completeness sake. That finishes the 6. I have done a Renban Fillomino on stream before. We'll make these purple. This cell can't be a 5 because of that 5 now. And so now because of that, this 5 now is definitely not an X. So this 5 is an I, but it can only go down. So all of this is yellow and 5 and has a border. Oh, no, it could be X. Sorry, it could be X going down. Sorry. It could be X going down, but the thing that's true is it certainly goes to here at least. But right. It could still be that X. Like that. Oh, this 4 is interesting. Let's see. Oh, right. Math Pesto points out, because it's either this X or this, it always goes to that cell is true. Yeah, that cell's not a 4. I'm trying to decide if there's anything I could force to be part of this 4, but maybe there isn't quite. Oh, right. This cell's not a 5. Right. This cell's not a 5. Thank you, chat. This cell's not a 5 by anti-knight, so it is a line. So I was lucky there to just not have thought about that at all and gotten it right, but something. Skyscraper Fillomino is a scary idea. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So 99% sneaky has a really smart spot. Which is this 3. If you look at how it could grow, if it doesn't take this cell, then it does that. But then that would make this a 1, which would break this because I can't have 2 1s by anti-knight. So this, in fact, is always a 3, which is delightful. So Jay Dyer has, of course, made a Skyscraper Fillomino. The problem with Sudoku Fillomino combos is that it's usually very difficult to make a puzzle that is sort of interesting throughout, because it turns out you discover the like 2 deductions that can be made, and then that's sort of like the whole puzzle, is what I have usually found. But I bet Skyscraper would be one where you could probably come up with a whole bunch of neat stuff to do, because there's sort of a much richer combo. So Garion points out this either goes straight across or is part of an X, and in either event, those are both 5s. Yeah, it turns out, I guess this shouldn't be completely shocking, that Sudoku variants are largely designed to create interesting interactions with Sudoku, not interesting interactions with Fillomino. And so the combos don't usually work well, but sometimes they do. Hey, Vibov, welcome. Okay. Right. So beautiful spot from Martin. This 7 can't go 2 down. If the 7 goes 2 down, it makes the 4 unfulfillable. And so therefore the 7 goes up by 1. But as soon as the 7 goes up by 1, that now resolves that this 5 is an X-y sort of 5. Good spotting, Martin. Which is then going to force this 3 to look like that. Let's give the 5 its color. 3 needs a new color. 3 can be red, I feel like. This is a Shamamino. Though this puzzle so far has very low shame density, I must say. Let's see. This can't be a 3. Yeah, I think this can only be 1 or 2. Or 4. I think 1, 2, and 4 are all possibilities for this. Let's see. This 3 doesn't seem to be seeing any sort of thing. Hey, Rockrat. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so one of these is a 6. Let's see. So if the 4 doesn't take this cell, I don't think it works. So if this 4 is forbidden from taking this cell and it doesn't go up, then it does that. And if it does go up, then it does that, both of which break. So the 4 always takes that cell. And so if the 4 always actually takes that cell, I have not filled in these 5s for some reason, that forces the 7 up here. And so now I need a color on the 7s, because now the 7 is done. The 7 is going to be green. So now this is going to be a 2. And 2s don't have a color yet either. They're going to be orange. Yeah, this 4. Oh, right. I should have made the 5s green. I didn't think about that. 5s are green. 7s are yellow. We'll fix it in post. Row 1, column 7 is a 4 that's definitely making it at least to here, Josh points out, which is then going to force that this 2 finishes like this. Agree. And now the 4 also escapes to here. And so it's just a question of left or right so far. Let's see. Do any of these cells see a 4? Yes, this cell is not a 4 by anti-night. So if that's not part of the 4, then my 4 definitely needs to take this cell, because if it doesn't, it's only 3 cells in size. So that's always part of the 4. And so, so sure. Yep, that's true. I think this can only be a 1, because this is a 1 or 2. But if it was a 2, it would break anti-night, because that would also be a 2. And so this is just a shamamino. And the fact that that's a shamamino now tells me that this has to join that, which makes it a 4. So that finishes our 4. And our 4s don't have a color yet. They can be blue. So is my blue 4. Let's see. Let's see. Row 8, column 6. Row 8, column 6 also says this cell's not a 4. I'm not sure that quite does anything yet. I mean, it says this 4 definitely takes one of these 2 cells, but it could do this. It could do this. Does it always have to take this cell now? Is that the point? I think that's the point. I think it always has to take this cell, because if it doesn't take this cell, now it's not allowed to be a straight line. Okay, so yeah, so Josh's point gets me. That took my brain a while to wrap my head around. That's always a 4, which now means this can't be a 4. So that goes away over down there. Now, if that's not a 4, this becomes an L, which is illegal. And now this 4 is just forced to be a square because it has nowhere else to grow. So there is my 4. 4s are blue. 2s are orange. Like that. So we've got all of that sort of filling in. Yeah, what is this is a good question. That J40 asks, because this can't be a 2, and it can't be larger than 2, so it is just a 1. And now that makes this a 4, which resolves this whole polyomino. So, whoop, there we go. Like that. Right. This cell now can't be part of the 4, because if this 4 extends right, we've got that. That's not allowed. So the 4 comes down here. And now this 4 certainly can't go right either because of anti-knight again. And so now, if this cell's not a 4, we definitely break. So that cell's a 4. And now that cell can't be a 4 by anti-knight, so that's a 4, and we get our T. And we get our 1 and our double 6. And we can fill in, we can do some coloring. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. 6 had a color, right? Yeah, 6 is purple. Okay. So got all of those. Let's see. If that were a 3, it would make that a 1, but that seems okay. This cell's always a 4 or a 5. But I don't think I can make that work. Yeah, what is going on here? So let's see. So Jay Dyer makes a good point that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and it's not 4 or 5. And it's so it is only one of those. And let's see, 3 would break one of those, I think Jay was saying. I think 1's going to cause problems. Oh, 2 would break because of the next cell it would take. Right. 2 would break because that cell would be a 2, and that would break. So this is only 1 or 3. And so presumably this is also 1 or 3. Although none of this can possibly be helping us resolve what's going on over here, right? I don't think. So, so what's going on over here? Yeah, I certainly agree. This definitely isn't a 1, because if this is a 1, it makes the thing below it a 1. So the bet tree is definitely a 3, which rules 3 out of all of these cells. So this 3 at least goes up 1, but none of this is getting us to resolve over here. Oh, that's the point. This 1 sees that cell. That's the point. So this cell's not a 1 because it sees that 1. So this is a 6, and that's a 1. And that's the point. That's the thing that's going to resolve over here, although that's still not telling me anything about what's going on over here. This 6 is purple. That is black. That black is still going to tell me that none of these are 1s. And if none of these are 1s, well, this one's not a 1 or a 3. Well, what's the biggest it could be? The biggest it could be is 3, but it's not 1 or 3 by anti-knight. So this is only a 2, which makes that a 2. Which now makes all of these 3s, and makes these orange and these red. That cell's now not a 3, so that's a 3. So we get all of these being 3s. So these are at most 4. But as Sven notes, this one's not a 2 or a 3, and this one's not a 2 or a 3. But now this one, if it was a 1, would make the one above it a 1, which doesn't work, which makes this a 4, which then makes all of them 4s, which makes all of them blue. And all of this was just sort of a delay because I don't really actually have any idea what's going on over here. I'm being told this cell is resolved. It's a 1 or a 4. Let's see. Row 9, column 3. Some people in chat are talking about, because it's not a 1 or a 2. So that's the point, is this cell sees 1 and 2 by anti-knight. So this is a minimum of a 3. Now, I don't think it could ever actually be 3. Right, it can't. Maybe it could just be 3. But if it's not 3, it's certainly not 4 or 5 or 6. So if it's not 3, it's at least 7. But it can't be 7 either, because 7 would be forced to take that cell, or it can't finish. So it can't be 7. And it can't be larger than 7 because there's only 7 cells here. So I think by just brute force alone, I think we've proven that this is a 3. At which point this definitely can't be a 3 because it would rule 3 out of one of these. We have a sort of weird... in fact, actually, just as soon as that's a 3, this is a 3, I guess, is the much easier way to say that. Which is going to make this a 1. Making these 3s this a 1. Which then is going to force this 3 to finish down here like that. So we've got some 3 action, 1 thing. The 5's going to come up here. Like that. And the 4s are going to come over here. Ba-doop, ba-doop. And we are done. Yeah, I'm glad someone made this puzzle. I sort of thought of this idea and was like, the ominoes are so restricted, but there's like exactly enough wiggle room to get one puzzle out of this. I don't think there's really a 10 by 10 grid. I think probably an 8 by 8 grid. But yeah, neat idea for this puzzle. Yeah, it's almost a shame how little wiggle room there is on anti-knight with Fillomino, because it sort of like it leads to some interesting scanning stuff. But yeah, I think it's definitely one of those ones where it's like, well, there's stuff to learn, but then once you learn it, I feel like there probably is not enough. I'm being told in chat there's at least one more anti-knight Fillomino in the world. But yeah, neat puzzle. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back in just a moment with another puzzle. Hello, everyone. I am back. I am continuing my string of doing puzzles I have set, and also my wheelie chair is annoying my microphone. So here we have another old Zeta puzzle. I have a recommendation for a feature for Sven, which is that I would like it if Sven would make it so that when you load a new puzzle and then you get that little pop up, I feel like it should give you a recommended betting tree because uh, because there's no reason it couldn't, because it keeps track of how many people solve the puzzle. So I think it could also keep track of what the last filled in cell is for each person and then give you an ideal last filled cell. So I recommend that. That is my official recommendation. Oh, Nicholas has gifted 5 memberships. Oh, thank you so much, Nicholas. Let's get you a donation dance and let's see who gets them. Boo boo ba doop boo boo ba doo ba doop boo boo ba doo ba doop boo boo ba doo ba doop boo boo. Woohoo! Ba doop ba doop boo boo ba doop boo doop ba doop boo. Woohoo! Ba da ba da ba 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 da ba da ba da ba. Woohoo! Thank you so much, Nicholas. Let's see who got them. Kelly, Joe, Danique, Leah. Excellent. I think I missed. And M Nasty, welcome. Welcome to all of you. I hope you enjoy your memberships and your fancy Zach emotes. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Nicholas gets points now. Yes, excellent, excellent. Thank you to all of you for your support. So let's try and understand how this puzzle works. So we have what I have described as Sudoku at the beginning, although I recall this was during the era where people argued greatly with my my definition of Sudoku. I feel like my definition of Sudoku is just it's a Latin square with additional rules, but in this case it's just a Latin square. So the digits 1 through 9 go in every row and column. And then each of these regions also contain the digits 1 through 9 once each, which means that there's sort of 5 regions and then some extra stuff floating around that can sort of be distributed however it wants. We have, I think this was just before I started never using the word Kropki again and using the word dot instead so that people wouldn't be upset. So cells separated by a white dot are consecutive. Cells separated by a black dot have a ratio of 2 to 1, but there's no negative constraint. The thing about this is historically, so I only learned the entire story of this the other day, or at least I learned an additional piece of the story the other day. Kropki is actually a pencil puzzle genre originally, which is a Latin square with a negative constraint. But then that came in some people's minds to associate the word Kropki with the idea that there's a negative constraint. So then if you just say dots, then people don't assume there's a negative constraint. But of course, Kropki is just the Polish word for dot. So then we have that. And by the way, kreska is just the Polish word for line I learned earlier. So if you say kreska line, it is just as silly as saying Kropki dot. Although Kropki dots are not as good as Kropki doots, I will say that is one thing I have learned. But yeah, I don't know. I guess for me, I feel like Latin square is too technical of a mathy term to use around fun puzzle stuff. So I in my mind, the word Sudoku means puzzle based on a Latin square. But whatever. Yes, say Kropki lines and kreska doots or kreska dots. Perfect. I agree with Ambrose. That all makes sense. Okay, so we've got that all going on, and then we have Swivel Clones, which is that each region is a clone of the diagonally opposite square region. So these two are clones, and these two are clones. But we have the additional hypothesis that the region that it is a clone of may be horizontal, or may be reflected or rotated. So, in other words, this digit doesn't have to be the same as this digit. It could be that this digit is the same as that digit, or this digit could be the same as that digit. There's all there's all kinds of sort of shenaniganery going on with that. I do like this idea of sort of like clones that are sort of like rotatable or whatever. But I've only ever made it work kind of once. So we should put down a bet tree. I have absolutely no idea where to put it, but I'm going to guess that somewhere like there maybe looks out of the way enough to be a potential bet tree. So there's a couple nice freebies. So this is always a 2 or a 4, with these being 1, 2, 4, 8. That's because the only strings of length 3 of black dots are 1, 2, 4, and 2, 4, 8. So in all of those, the center is a 2 or a 4. And of course, these are a 4 or a 6. Okay, and that immediately gets us a digit. Because what that tells me is that the 4 in yellow is on the X. And so I can't put a 4 in either of these cells, because if I put a 4 in either of these cells, well, then then it's in the wrong place. It's not in the same place in both of these boxes, because rotating can't swap the X with the corners. And so the 4 in this box is not in a corner, so those aren't 4, and so that is 4, and we get our second 4 of the day. Digits cannot repeat in yellow. Each of the 5 given regions have no repeated digits, is one of the rules, Ambrose. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So these are therefore a 2, 8. And so that tells me that in this box, the 2 8s are in the corners. Let's see. I guess there could be repeats on this, so I have to worry slightly about that. Let's see. Oh, one of these is a 6, right? One of these has to be a 6 is the point, because the 6 goes sort of kitty corner to the 4 in the box. So one of these two is definitely a 6. And so therefore, that tells me that these are of the 1, 2, 4, 8 variety. They're not 3, 6. And so that tells me that this is 1, 2, 4, or 8, but it can't be 2, 4, or 8, which actually tells me that that's a 1. That's a 2. And so that is a 1 or 4. Oh, kitty corner? I don't even know how it's spelled, actually. Does anyone in chat know how to spell the phrase kitty corner? It's like that relationship is kitty corner. Not across from, but sort of across an intersection from. It's just kitty corner. Why? Any idea what the etymology of this phrase is? I don't know. I never really thought about it. Some people say catty corner. Oh, wow. I did not know some people said catty corner. I did not know. Okay, so, oh, I'm also spotting that this digit's a 4 or a 6, which perhaps I should have seen a while ago. That because it is next to a 5, it is 4 or 6. So this digit's a... Oh, great. This digit's a 3 or a 6, because it's now not 1, 2, 4, or 8. And it sees, and it's on a black dot. So these are a 3, 6 pair, which is actually going to sort out the 4 and the 6 living in this box, which is going to make that a 6. Which is going to make that a 6. Which is, I think, going to lock in the exact orientation of this. So this is a 2 or 8. This is a 2 or 8. And so now we've got all of these. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 1, 3, 7, 9. Let's see. And right across here, we've got only a couple options left. Let's see if Mark knows what they are. Well, they're not 2 or 8, and they're not 3 or 6. So these are 1, 7, and 9. And I know the 6 is vertical here. Oh, I actually know exactly where the 6 is, because the 6 isn't in the row, and the 6 needs to go on one of the things that is not there. So actually, that's the 6. And these are from 1, 7, 9, which creates a quadruple in the column. That's crazy. Okay, so the 1, 7, 9 there map over to here, and so there's a 3 over here. So there's no 3 up there. Yeah, this might be the most generous Zeta puzzle of all time. So these are not 1, 3, 7, or 9. So these are 2, 4, 6, and 8. And actually, the 6 in the column is just placed. Because that's the only place in the column that doesn't see a 6. And so now there's a given 5 there, so that's a 7. So that's not a 7. Which now means one of these two is a 7 for the row. So one of these two is a 7 for purple, just by cloning. Those 7s look up. So now one of these two is a 7 over there. I can probably translate some of that Sudoku stuff over to here, right? So the 3 is in one of these two. So these two aren't 3, and the 7 is one of these two, so these two aren't 7. So we've got our swivel stuff going on. Oh, 4 is just placed in... Oh, 4 is not quite placed in purple, but 4 in purple only has 2 places. Just by Sudoku, I am noticing. So 4 in purple... I guess that only tells me that 4 in purple goes in one of these places, because I don't think I have the swivelocity of purple figured out yet. How many 6s do I have? I've got a goodly number of 6s. I guess the 6 in plus is only in one of 2 places. But, let's see, row 4, column 7 is fixed. Right, because the 4 is definitely not adjacent to the 5 and the 6, right? If this was a 4, it would be saying one of these two is a 4. But neither of these is a 4. And so, therefore, that's not a 4. That's a 1, several people in chat are pointing out, which points out that that's a 1. So these are actually a 7-9 pair. So these are a 7-9 pair, which means that these are not 9, they're 1, 3, so these are 7-9. And so now that one, it's not 1, but by that it's 1 or 3, so it just is a 3. That's a 1. Good, thank you. A bunch of people in chat were seeing that sort of thing. So we've got all of that. So that 3 looks over and places 3 in purple. Because now 3 in purple only goes here. And so 3 in purple tell me that these two cells are a 1-3 pair. I don't know the purpleosity yet, but we've got that. Yeah, Cascade definitely feels like definitely feels like the sort of thing that a lot of people would think, hey, that's a good Sudoku name. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 2, 4, 8. Okay, so these are 2, 4, 8. That one's not the 4. So we've got that. Let's see. Okay, so now this is from 1, 2, 4, 8. This is from 1248, and this one's not 1 or 2. So this is not a 1. So one of these two is definitely a 4 because of the black dot. And so this is no longer able to be the 4. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. Yes, where is 6 in row 5 is a good question. 6 in... Oh, no, never mind. It's not a good question. It's not a good question. Let's see. Chat is asking about 6 in column 1. It's not there. It's not there. It's not there. Yes, 6 in column 1 is just placed. It's there. Thank you, chat. Let's see. 6 in column 9. See, it could be there and only there, I think. So I think 6 in column 9 is there. And so we've got all of that. Let's see. What is in this row that is left? Because these are not 2, 4, or 8. So yes. So Selena points out this is a naked single. So that's 9, 7, 1. Going on there. Let's see. I think Selena said something else was also a naked single, or something else was a naked single. Not quite sure yet. These are a pair, though. Let's just fill those in, because these, remember, are not 2, 4, or 8. So that's a 5, and that's a 3. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Column 3 and 4. Something is going on. Let's see. The 4, 8 there is interesting. 9 in row 5 is definitely in one of these two cells, Sayori points out. So 9 in column 5 now is in one of these two cells, because 9 can't repeat inside my plus, and it's not there. So one of these two is 9. And now Sayori's point is I have a Zach wing on 9s here, because one of those two is a 9 and one of those two is a 9. That's all the 9s in row 8 and 9. And so therefore that can't also be a 9. So that is a 7 and that's a 9, which makes that a 9 and that a 7. And that's going to carry over to make that a 9 and that a 7, which is going to make that the 9 for the propeller in the middle. Make that the 9 for column 5. There's not that many digits left here. But I think all of these can be any of them. Actually, I know this one can't be a 2. Because I know... Oh, no, sorry. It could be a 2. Let me corner mark these. That's probably a smart idea. So if I corner mark those, I will see that this is only able to be 8, which seems like a good thing to know. And now this can't be a 1 or a 3, so it's a 2, and that's a 7, which makes that an 8 and that a 2. Which is then going to resolve this 2 and this 8. Between the 6 and the 4, we get an 8, and that's a 2. Which makes that a 4 and an 8. No 2 there anymore. No 8 there anymore. This has become a 4. So this has become a naked 3. So these digits don't have that many options. In fact, I think it's literally all forced. That is a 4. That is a 7. Oh, maybe I actually have a 3, 6 pair, but that's not a 3 in any event. So let's see. Oh, what is going on with my pencil marks here? No, I think the pencil marks are right. Let's see. What are these cells? That is a 2, and that's a 9. That's not a 2 anymore. Row 8 has a 2-8 pair. I guess we got that some way or another. Row 2, column 8 can't be a 2 anymore by swiveling cloning stuff. So it is a 4 or an 8. Which now places the 2 over here, making that an 8. Making that not an 8. Okay. Column 7 is in need of a 9. And it's being pointed out that actually, if I just pencil mark it, it will become clear where that 9 goes, because neither of those can be a 9. And it will have to go there. So that's the 9. That's the 7. Now, if I actually look at my thing, now the 9 has to have a 1 next to it. So that's the 1 and the 3. And then the 9 actually has a 4 or an 8 to the other direction. But here it has a 2 or a 4 in the other direction. So those have to both be 4. Those both have to be 8. That is an 8 and a 7 and a 2 and a 1 and an 8. All can go into the grid. So Swivel has swiveled its way to into the grid and into our hearts, as they say. 5, 3, 2, 4, 6, 3, 6. So, oops, please mark those. Thank you. And so now we've got 5, 4, 3, 5, 2. Let's see. This cell is a 9. And our betting tree is a 1. So congratulations to all of the 1 bettors out there. May all of your betting tree wishes come true. Oh, did I press the Sven button by accident? Oh, that's what happened. That's why nothing came up, is because I pressed the Sven button instead of the mark button. Tristan is the winner. Well, congratulations, the 8.33% of you who are Tristans. There may or may not be a large blank grid with arrows coming in the near future. We'll find out. Yeah, I was pretty happy with this. I had to say this is one of my lowest rated puzzles on LMD, and I've never fully understood why. Like, most of my puzzles that are lower rated on LMD, I definitely understand why. This one, I don't fully get it. Anyway, I'm very happy with how I was able to sort of play with this idea, and it sort of felt like, even in solving it again, I sort of guessed that maybe if I solved it again, maybe I wouldn't actually use all of this stuff, but I felt like I used the clones a good deal in this solve. Maybe we could have gotten away with it or something. I don't know. Probably because you put the word Sudoku in the rules. That's very possible, Josh. It could be that. Ambrose, that is correct. If you are the only winner, the amount you bet does not matter. So if you see that a number is not claimed, betting 1 on it can have a potentially huge payout. But yeah, anyway, I'd like to see more ideas with this geometry. I think this is the sort of geometry that can get really annoying if you're not careful, because it can sort of it can degenerate into some horrible case checking that you probably don't really want to subject your solvers to. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I was thinking that, actually, this is one of the ones I thought when I did it I would understand why it was low rated, but I did not quite. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back, and I will do yet another puzzle, so stay tuned. Alrighty, there was a request for a grid with arrows, so I found the first puzzle I could that was a grid with arrows. So we've got some double arrows action here from tesseralis. Tesseralis set what I think is probably the most insane puzzle I've ever done, which was the 6x6x6 modifier puzzle thing. I don't think this will be as crazy as that. But yes, somehow I recall tesseralis looked at the puzzle vignettes and thought, this could be a lot crazier. Anyway, let's have a look at this. So this is a double arrow puzzle. And the way double arrows work, if you've not seen this before, is that the two digits in the circles at either end of a line tell you the sum of the digits on the line. So in this case, these digits would need to sum to 15. So for example, they could be 1, 9, and 5 in some order. In particular, note they're definitely not between lines and have nothing to do with between lines. They're arrows with a circle at both ends instead of only one end. All right, so that's how these work. I'm immediately suspicious of this geometry. Oh, Tristan has not opened the betting yet, I am being told. So the thing that I'm suspicious of is that all of these... Okay, so these are each the sum of two digits. So first of all, my first question, can there be a repeated digit in these cells? If there is a repeated digit, yeah, that's okay. No, I don't. Okay, what if these are both the same digit? Where does that digit then get placed into this box? And so if these are, say, both whatever they are, then this digit certainly doesn't go in either of those cells. It certainly doesn't go on these because I'm adding, so it would have to go there. But now that's a problem, I feel like, in a complicated way. Because I think that's going to break, but I don't think it breaks in an easy way. Because it's going to make the repeated digit big, and I don't want the repeated digit to be big. But I mean... would have to be even bigger than 2, but we could do like 3, 3, 6, 3, 1, 2. This might actually be vaguely okay, except for the line through the middle. It's possible this is not the question I'm supposed to ask. But certainly a meaningful thing to ask is that 1 certainly doesn't go on any of these. And in fact, actually, that means that none of these can be 2 either. Because if one of these is a 2, the only way I make 2 is as a sum of 1 and 1, but any place I do that will rule 1 out of the box entirely. So 2 in the box is also living in one of these cells. So we've got 1 and 2. Now I can also say, and this might seem a little bit excessive, none of these digits are larger than 7. Because a 7 here will allow me to make these a 1-2 pair. Well, that I can actually rule 7 out of this cell, but a 7 here would let me make these a 1-2 pair, which would make these an 8-9 pair. Anything larger than 7 will be a problem. But a 7 here, and actually a 7 here will not work because a 7 here would force these to be a 1-2 pair. And if those are a 1-2, I'm going to have a hard time making 3 digits add to 3. Just the classic Sudoku thing that if you want 3 digits to add to 3, it's really hard to do that if neither of them are, or if none of them are 1 and 2. So these can't be 7. If either of these is a 6, actually, that's still going to be a problem because if these are a 6, then these are from 1, 2, 3. They sum to at most 5. I can't make 3 digits sum to at most 5. If these are a 5, then these digits are now at most 4. And that's still not going to work because the circles would sum to at most 7, and these total digits then would sum to at most 14. That's not going to work either. That's slightly more complicated. I'll do that one slower just in case you're not following that. If this is a 5, the absolute biggest these two digits can be is 3 and 4. But that would mean the total sum of these would be at most 7, which would make the total sum of these 5 at most 14, 7 plus 7. But I can't make 5 digits sum to 14. 5 digits are always going to sum to at least 15. So that doesn't work either. So we're down to only 1, 2, 3, 4 here. I think as soon as this is a 4, I think it's going to be fine. Now, I don't know if I really want to ask myself this, but I kind of want to ask myself the question, can this really be a 7? Because if this is a 7, it's going to make these a 1, 2, which is going to make these a 1, 2. But I could maybe do that with like a 4 and a 5 or something. That might be okay. Might just barely be okay. So let's see. What else is going to be restricted here? It's possible I should also... people in chat seem fairly confident it will break if I think about it hard enough. So if this is a 7, then these are a 1, 2 pair. These are an 8, 9 pair. Like that. And now these are a 1, 2. So those sum to 3. And so I would need this digit to be 4 less than this digit. So I could do like 6 and 2. No, sorry, I couldn't do 6 and 2. Right. This would have to be at least 3 because of that. So, but it couldn't be 3. And if it were 4, if it's 4, then I already need an 8 or a 9 because I need this digit to be 4 bigger than whatever digit I use in addition to the 1 and the 2. Right? Do I have that backwards? I might have that backwards. If this is a 4, now I need these to be 11. I need an 8. If this is a 5, then these sum to 12, and I need a 9, and that just doesn't work yet. So if one of them is 7, I can't imagine this is quite intended, but it doesn't work if either of them is a 7. You end up running out of high and low digits in a somewhat complicated way, but neither of these can be a 7 is a true story about the world. One doesn't work in row 5 orange circle. Right. Okay, yeah. So if I now that I've taken out 7, if I put 1 in row 5 in one of the circles, then the maximum sum of these is 7, and that now doesn't work because again that would make this sum 14. That's not allowed. So there's no 1 in there. Let's see. So so what if there's a 2? These would have to be 2, 6 with 1, 3, 4 down the middle. That might be okay. I think that's fine, Nicholas. I think I think I can prove that 9 can't go on this line, but I don't think that's a big deal. So I think Jay is now saying we've now done enough that we can do the little bit of a look ahead to prove that we can't duplicate a number. Because now if we duplicate a number, it's at most 4. And so let's say both of these are 4. Then that's going to place a 4 over here. Going to make these two add to 4. I don't quite see why that immediately breaks. Like if I'm willing to look ahead one more step, I think it clearly breaks. But oh, right. Okay, so yeah, the key thing here is the sum of these two cells. The sum of these two cells is always at least 8. That's the point. The sum of these two cells is at least 8, because if it's not at least 8, then I'm not getting to 15 for these 5 cells. So the sum of these two is at least 8. So if these are double 4, that's a 4. And now this digit's certainly smaller than 4, which doesn't get to 8. And if these are double 3, it's even worse. So these are legitimately all different numbers. There are no repeats in any of these. And so that is interesting. Okay, so now, yeah, I can, if I want, I could give each of these its own color. And go yellow, green, blue, just so we can talk about them. Now, I know one of these is a 5 or a 6. And I don't think there's anything wrong immediately with them being a 5-6 pair. Oh, I don't think... Can one of these... Oh, right. No, sorry. A 6 here would certainly require a 1 or 2 in those circles, but that's okay. So if I sum these, their sum is half of the sum of these 4 cells. So just to say that again, these 4 cells sum to double the sums of the colored cells because of the way math works. So these sum to at most 30 if they're 6, 7, 8, 9. So these 4 cells sum to at most 15, which doesn't sound spectacular. It's close, but it's not quite. The minimum that these can possibly sum to is 1, 2, 3, 5, I guess, by what we've said so far. But that doesn't put a whole lot of pressure on these cells. Let's see. Okay, so if either of these circles is a 2, the other is a 6, and we've got a 1, 3, 4 in the middle, is that combo a problem? Let's see. DWeb believes they can't be 3. 3, 4 wouldn't work because that would require the sum be 7, which would have to be 1, 2, 4. 3, 5 doesn't work because you'd have to sum to 8. 3, 6 1, 2, 6, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 5. Yeah. Somehow 3, 6 doesn't work either. So yeah, 1, 3, 5, 1, 2, 6, 2, 3, 4. None of them you can make. So if this is a 3, you can just case check that none of the other circle versions work. So neither of those is a 3, strangely enough. Uh, 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 DWeb claims that means blue and orange aren't 4 because green is bigger than yellow. I don't see how people know that. Yeah, I don't quite understand why these can't be 4 yet. If these were 4, if one of these is 4, if one of these is 4, I do know one of these is 5. Let's see. Someone before was saying, I thought they were saying 45 was bad, but they might have been saying 4 or 5 is bad. Is it true that these can't be 4 or 5? Is that the point? If these are 4 or 5, then the center would have to be 1, 2, 6. Is that bad? For some reason. Because if one of these is a 4, these have to be a 4 or 5 pair, which would make these 1, 2, 6 is the only way to do it. Right. 4 here, right. 4 here just doesn't work because remember we proved we can't repeat digits, right? That's why they're different colors. Thank you, Michael. So yeah, if I put a 4 here, then I'm not allowed to use 4 here. And I'm not allowed to use 6 here either. So the only things I could use would be 2 and 5, and that just doesn't work because that would make these be 1, 2, 4, and that repeats 2 in the row. So these can't be 4. Okay, got it. That took a... I needed to be reminded about the fact that we proved that things couldn't repeat. Okay, so... So we've got all of that. Oh, okay. So Selena's point is if these are a 4 or 5 pair, then that's going to make these a 1, 2, 6. But now it's impossible that these are 1 or 2 because they're going to combine with the 4 or 5 to make more 6s. And so they'd be double 3, which doesn't work. So these therefore are not 4, 5 for whatever that is worth. Does that mean one of them is definitely 6? Because if they're not 6, they'd have to be 4 or 5, right? So one of them is definitely 6 in the circles because of the fact that 4 or 5 doesn't work in that hilarious way. So 6 and 2 would go with 1, 3, 4 in the middle. 6 and 4... who knows what happens. And 6 and 5, who knows what happens. But one of them is a 6. 2, 6 would make these a 1, 3. 2, 6 forces these to be a 1, 3. I agree with that. So that But why is them being a 1-3 bad? I don't understand that part. Uh, 2 of 7, 8, 9 are in the corners. Oh, okay. So sorry, you have to think about multiple things at once. So if there's a 2 in these circles, it's a 2, 6 with a 1, 3, 4 here. But then because there's a 2 here, these are a 1, 3. Whichever of them is 1, 2 plus 1 is 3, and that's a second 3 for the box. So these, in fact, are from 4, 5, 6. Agree. Okay, so now... So, if these are a 5, 6, is that going to create problems with repeating digits? Because if these are a 5, 6, then these are going to have to be a 1, 3. 5, 6, 1, and 3. Are there any repeated combos in there? I don't think so. No, because of parity. If these are 1, 2, is that going to... Oh, these could be... These are 1, 2. I don't know. They're slowly getting there. So, I agree with Micro that these are certainly now at least 5, which means that these digits are all at least 5 for whatever that is worth. So, that is interesting, actually. These are both at least 5. So the Micro's point is, where do these digits go in column 5? And they go here. But those are on one cell double arrows. That can't be a 9. This one can't be an 8 or a 9, actually. And these digits are now... Sorry, these digits are big because they're bigger than 5. And these digits are small because these are at most 4. So those are at most 4. That's at most 4. Because of that. And these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, because of that. Which is almost getting us somewhere. So... yeah, where did these digits go in box 8? They definitely go there. Sayori points out. Yeah, this is 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm really close to getting my 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in this column. If this is not a 4, then I do get a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad in the column. Are we proving that this can't be 6 somehow? Is there something that goes horribly wrong if this is the 6? The fact that these circles all see each other in some sort of complicated way makes me suspect that maybe something like that is going on, but I don't quite see it yet. Garion points out that these cells are a blue-orange pair, so they're certainly from 1, 2, 3. That's true. So yeah, so the minimum of this cell, if these are 2 and 3, and these need to sum to at least 10, this needs to be at least 5. So this is a minimum of 5, and so that actually gives me my quadruple, or sorry, my quintuple of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a very good spot. And so now these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and one of them is definitely a 4. I guess I knew that by the column anyway. But it still seems useful. Yeah, what's the biggest this can be? The biggest this can be is 8, I guess. 1, 2, 8 with a 5, 6. 9 is too big, Sayori points out, though. Where is the smaller of yellow or green in box 5? So it's certainly not on its own double arrow. It's certainly not over there. And it can't go there or there. Okay, very good. Okay, so Garion is correct. That, yeah, so this, if just imagine yellow is smaller than green for a second. Yellow in this box now can't go in any of these places, but because yellow by hypothesis is smaller than green, it can't go there or there either, which means yellow goes in one, which means the smaller one goes in one of those, which means these have to be a 4-6 pair. So these are definitely a 4-6 pair, which means this can't be 8 now. So this is now only 5, 6, or 7. 9 in this column only goes in 2 places. Doesn't seem fantastic, but true. Oh, not 6 either, because there's a 4-6 pair. It's true. If you have a 4-6 pair, then the digit you're looking at is not a 4 or a 6. So yeah, if these are a 1-3, it doesn't work. Because if these are a 1-3, then I can make, for example, 7 as 1 plus 6 and 4 plus 3. So that doesn't work. So one of these 2 circles is definitely a 2, because otherwise I have a repeat sum now. So one of these 2 circles is a 2. So none of these are 2s. They're not 2s in the center either. One of these is really a 2. And so it's either 1, 2, or 2, 3. Those are the 2 possibilities. Let's see. Oh, 9 is on a line in box 5. That means we need a 3. Someone in chat said, Nicholas said, right, 9 is on a line now, so I need a 6-3. It's the only way I'm getting a 9 on a line. So these are a 2-3, which surprises me. So these are a 1-4, and these are a 2-3, and we get a digit finally, which is that this is a 5, and we get to do a 5 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Whoa! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So no 5 goes there. No 5s go up there. That's going to put a lot of pressure, because now that this isn't a 5, these can't be as large as 4. And so we have an actual 1, 2, 3 triple. And remember that 1, 2, 3, they go there. So these aren't 4 anymore. So one of these really is 4, I can keep in mind. That not being 5, again, means this can't be 4 either. This can't be 6 anymore. And these can't be 6 anymore. Those are from 7, 8, 9 now. We have our actual quad in this column now of 6, 7, 8, 9. So therefore, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because of that quad. And probably I can do some eliminations on some of them, maybe, possibly. Yes, this one can't be a 1, 2, or a 3, at least. This is a 4 or a 5. In fact, actually, these are a 4 or 5 pair, I guess. That is sort of disappointing in a way. Let's see. So we've got all of those. If this is a 7, these are a 1, 2 pair. Yeah, one of these is definitely a 6 for the box, though. So we have a 6 in the column, which looks up and means these aren't 6, which now means this digit can't be a 3. It's only a 1 or a 2. The fact that this circle is looking at these two circles intrigues me. I guess I should fill in the rest of this row. We still got a 1 to fill in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are the options. Well, this one's certainly not a 9. If this were a 7 or an 8, it forces this to be huge. And if this is a 1, it forces this cell to be microscopically tiny. I don't immediately see a problem with either of those, but that is interesting. Let's see. Row 2, column 4 is not 7. Oh, right. Because we got the 6 out of there. So yeah, so that's not 7. So these are a 7, 8, 9 triple now. It's going to be awfully hard for this to be a 7, 8, or 9, isn't it? No. Maybe it's hard for it to be 1. I don't know. Right. Now 7 looks down column 5. Gorgeous. Because now in our 7, 8, 9 triple, one of those is a 7, which finally gets us, this is a 6. Very good. Not sure that 6 does anything, unfortunately. This isn't a 7, though. Oh, it does do I guess it does something I already knew, which is to say one of these is now a 7, which means one of these is a 1, but I already knew that one of those was a 1, unfortunately. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Sayori pointing out 6 in column 4 is in one of these two cells, which means that this is the 4 and this is the 6, because I can't make a sum with 6 and 0. So neither of those is a 6. Okay. I think I can get rid of the coloring for the time being. Maybe we'll want to color more. So 4 with 2 and 3 is 6 and 7. So these aren't 8 and 9, and these aren't 7. Okay, and that 6, 7 looks down. It means that's not a 7, which means that is a 7, which means that's a 1 over there. Let's see. Is the 8, 9 pair still looking down somewhere, or did I get it? That digit is that digit. I'm making sure I don't create any problems for myself. Let's see. If this is a 2, then that's a 1. And this is an 8, And that's a 9, and that's a 7. That all I think works out okay. Ah, yes, this is not 8 anymore. Ambrose points out, and Garion points out, because this is now not able to be 1s. This is not able to be 8s. This is only a 1 or a 7. Ah, there we go. Okay, that is what I was looking for, Zendari, and I kept not finding it, but Zendari found it. The point is, this can't be 2. Because if this is a 2, it makes that a 9, but it also makes this a 3 and makes that a 9, and that's 2 9s in the column. I felt like that had to be the kind of deduction I was looking for, and I just kept not finding it. So good eye to Zendari there. Still, unfortunately, doesn't tell me what that is. It does tell me that one of these is now 8, so this is never an 8 for whatever it's worth. It cannot be worth a damn thing. But we'll pretend that it might be exciting in some universe. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one's not a 1 at least. One of them is the 6 for whatever that is worth. I can get rid of these corner marked 2s. That's really clever. Garion points out if this is a 3, now this is either a 10 or a 4 based on what this is, and neither of them works. So this can only actually be a 2, and that's a 3. And now that lets us fill in our center thing. So that's a 7 and a 6 and a 9 and an 8. And this is a 3 or a 9. Oh, and it's not a 9, actually, because of the 9 there. So this is, in fact, a 3 with a 1. So no more running, or no more of that over there. Okay, 2 plus 6 is 8. That 8 looks up and makes this a 9, which makes that an 8 and a 7 in order to do math. These aren't 2. That's not a 2. That's not a 2. These sum to an absolute minimum of 9 because the 1 is gone. So therefore, this needs to be at least 8, but it's not an 8. So therefore, it's a 9. And these are 2, 3, 5. Good spot to several in chat there. And so now these need to sum to 17. That's a little... So what is the most these could sum to? The most these can sum to is 13, and I need to get to 17. So this can only be a 4 or a 5 now to make that work. It's not a 9. I can probably do some more forcing on the arithmetic over there, but I'm going to try not to and see if I can get away with it. These digits are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, not 9. Okay, and this one's not 4 or 7. This one's not 7 or 8. This one's not a 6. Column 4, MicroStudy points out, has a 4-5 pair. So that's a 3, which makes that a 2 and a 3. Makes that a 5, a 2, and a 3. Svens up some of the stuff over here. Makes that a 1 and a 2 for whatever that is worth. So if this is a 5, these two need to sum to 12, but there's no way to do it, Tom points out, which is very clever. Because if this is a 5, I need these two to add to 12, and I can't do 3, 9, I can't do 4, 8, and I can't do 5, 7. So therefore, this is a 4. So that is a 6. Is there a 1, 5 pair looking down, making that a 4 and that a 5? And so now these need to add to 13, which they can only do as 6, 7. These are a trio of things that include an 8, and this isn't a 6, and this isn't a 7, so that's a 4 and a 2. In that way, I filled that in very awkwardly, but we'll do our best. So there's a 1 in this box, and it goes here by Sudoku. Let's see. There's a 9 in this box somewhere, and I don't know where it is. Never mind. I was going to tell you I knew where it was, but it was a lie. It was going to be a lie. So now these sum to at least 3 and 4. That's not anything to write home about. Let's see. There's one of these is definitely a 4 for whatever minuscule amount that is worth. I think it is not worth anything. There's a 2 over down here for whatever that's worth. Let's see. What can this cell be? This is a 7, 8, or 9, so that's interesting. What about these? That can be literally any digit in the entire universe. I was trying to get this line to do me something, but I don't think it quite gets me. Bye, Nell. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Well, 6 in this box is definitely in one of these 2 cells for whatever that is worth. If this is 4, there's just no way to do it, is the claim. If this is 4, I can't make the sum to 10 because there aren't any ways to sum to 10. I was trying to do that in a slick way by... Yeah, I can do that in a slick way. If this is a 4, then these digits sum to 22. Well, 22 and 6 you can only do in one way, and that way is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, which doesn't involve a 6. So this is not a 4. So that's a 4. So let's see. One of these over here is a 2. Let's see. Oh, 3 is just placed in... Oh, not quite. 3 is in one of these 2. If that is a 3, do these get too big? If this is a 3, then these become minimum 5, 7. Which works with an 8. No, that doesn't work with an 8, right? No. If this is a 3, these become minimum 5, 7, which makes that an 8. 5, 7 is 12, 13. Maybe it's fine. Oh, one of these 2 is a 7 for whatever that is worth. So that tells me this isn't a 7. So some people are saying this can't be a 3, but I don't understand the reasoning yet. Okay, maybe the idea is to just examine the possibilities here. So if this is an 8, I need these 2 to add to 13, but it's not 6, 7, or 5, 8, or 4, 9. So if this is an 8, it just doesn't work. So this is a 7. Just by exhaustion. And so now these 2 need to add to 12. And so they're not 5, 7, or 4, 8. So they have to be 3, 9. 9 and 3. Oh, Todd had a slick way. Oh, just to say this line couldn't have a 5, and so you could place the 5 there. No 9, no 9. So these are a 6, 7, 8 triple, so that's the 9. Oops, sorry, that's not true. So that's the something, but it's not a 9, it's a 5. One of these is now the 9 for the row, so none of these are 9. So where does the 9 go in the row? It had better go there. So this is a 6, 7, or 8, but it's not an 8. So this is this is only a 6, actually. If I just fill it in, it's just only a 6. So that's 6, 8, 7. 6, 8, 6, 7. These aren't 6 or 8. They are 7 or 9. These are 8 or 9. These are 4, 5, and 8. They're 1, 2, and 5. Sure, these are 2, 3, and 5. These are 4, 5. That's a 2, 3, 4, 5 quad in the column is the point. And so that 2, 3, 4, 5 quad in column 7 gives us a 7, an 8, and a 9 along there. So no 7, no 8. Let's see. And that 2, 3, 4, 5. No, don't quite know yet. But now I know that these two need to add either to, let's see, either to 7 or to 8, based on what this is. And if this needs to add to 7 or 8, that had better be a 5. And now this had better be a 3 because it's the only option. And now these do add to 14, 17, so that needs to be a 9. 9. So that's a 1, a 4, a 7, an 8. So if this is a 4, that's 13. I need these two to add to 6. Looks possible. If that's a 9, 5, I need these two to add to 7. That unfortunately also looks possible. 3, 4, 5, 1, 3, 1. There's a 1, 4 across, looking like that. Oh, if this is a 4, sorry, I missed paying attention. If this is a 4, I need these two to add to 6. They'd have to be 1, 5, but this can't be 1 or 5. So 4 doesn't actually work. So this is a 5, and that's a 4. And now I do need these two to add to 7, which they could do as 1, 6. Can't do it as 2, 5. Could be 4, 3. So in no instances is this a 2. That gives me a 1, 4 pair, which looks up and makes that a 6, makes that a 3, makes that a 4, makes that a 1, makes that a 1 and a 4, makes that a 2 and a 6. Makes that a 5 and a 2, makes that a 3 and a 5 and a 2, and our bet tree is a 1. Congratulations to all the 1 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I see there is at least one happy 1 better out there. Neat puzzle. Yes, I enjoyed that. As weird as it was sort of clear that we were supposed to just keep asking questions about the center bit until it sort of fell apart. So I'm not sure we asked the most efficient string of questions about this, whatever was going on in the center, but it flowed very smoothly after that, after we sort of figured out that, like, oh, these things just keep bumping each other up by a little bit. These did end up being 6, 7, 8, 9, which is what I sort of thought they were going to be, but I couldn't quite figure it out. Anyway, Tristan will pay out the 1 betters when Tristan hears me saying this, perhaps, because Tristan has the control panel, not me today. But Tristan's also editing the video that I've promised to premiere in 2 hours, so it may take a bit to pay out the 1 betters. There we go. 20% of bets were on 1 exactly. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, stretch my legs, and come back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back. We have another BenceJoful Starbattle hybrid. This time we're doing a hybrid with Tatamibari, which, as usual with BenceJoful Starbattle hybrids, I have no idea what a Tatamibari is, so we will figure it out together. In fact, you can tell that because I'm trying to put an M where there's not one, because it's got to be Tatamibari. I am putting the letters in the wrong order. This font, to be fair, does not really make reading what the letters say very easy, but is in other ways a very nice font. Okay, so let us have a look here at the rules. There is a Starbattle small regions rule. Let me start with that because I thought I knew what Starbattle meant, but maybe I don't. Shade cells such that each Tatamibari region contains exactly one shaded cell, and each row and column contains exactly two shaded cells. Okay, got it. Shaded cells may not touch each other, not even diagonally. Okay, I've never done one with this rule before, so we need to put 2 stars in every row and column, but every region just gets 1 star. And so the weird thing always to sort of wrap your brain around in star battles is that your bombs can't touch each other even diagonally. So like I can't put a star here and here because those touch diagonally. So that is forbidden. So there's this sort of weird extra Sudoku step on stars where things can't even touch diagonally. Anti-king, if you like. Okay. And now let's have a look and see what Tatamibari means, because I suspect we're going to need to know in order to solve the puzzle. We need to divide the grid into rectangular regions of orthogonally connected cells, each containing exactly 1 clue. Plus-shaped clues occupy square regions. Line-shaped clues occupy regions in which the region borders parallel to the line are longer. And so they're always rectangles, and so they're either squares or they're not squares. So we can draw in all of our sort of freebie borders. And so these tell you the longer. So the parallel are longer. So this region, for example, it definitely takes that cell because of that. In fact, actually, I think I probably can just color in this one. So this region definitely takes this cell because this direction needs to be longer. Let's see. This one needs to take that cell because that one needs to be longer. This one needs to take this cell because that one needs to be longer. There aren't digits, Nikolai, so there's not going to be a bet tree for this one, I don't think. That one didn't quite do anything. Let's see. Oh, this is going to be a genre where I have to over and over again ask what region takes a cell, aren't I? Because I'm noticing this cell can't take either. Neither of these pluses can take this cell, because the second either plus takes this cell, it becomes not a square. And so, in fact, actually, both of these... Oh, no, one of these does have to grow, certainly. So one of these, actually, interestingly, one of these is a 1x1 square. No matter what I do. One of these is a 1x1 square. And so one of these is always a bomb. So this is never a bomb, although I don't know how eager I am to mark that, but look at me marking it anyway. I think this cell can only be grabbed by one region, right? Isn't this region only grabbable by this? Because it can't be grabbed by that unless it's going to be less rectangular. So I think these are always friends. That's true. This is also not a star for exactly the same reason that one of these had to be a star. I agree. Okay, so this region I can sort of put some borders on. I don't know how far it goes down, but I know that it goes down at least a little bit. Well, I know it goes down at least that far. That's how far I know. Let's see. This, I guess I should do some various other assorted things of this square can't take that cell because then it wouldn't be a square. Or we would have some problems. There's 2 stars in every row and column, but 1 star per region. To answer the question. So this cell, so I saw people in chat talking about column 1, row 1, column 1. I think this cell can't possibly be grabbed by that, can't possibly be grabbed by that, because it would force this thing to be like this big in order to have that be the longer direction. So I think it probably has to be grabbed by that, because anything else it does, it's not going to get to it. So all of these can be in one thingy thing. Oh, there's no 4-way intersections? Ah, no 4-way intersections. Yes, there are no 4-way intersections. Good to know. Good to know. So that means that this and this are in the same thing. Thank you for either knowing that or reading the rules more carefully than I did to Jay there. Regarding that. Okay. Oh, green needs to go down because green is not presently in the status of having this be the longer axis. So green will extend down. I think this cell can only possibly go with that plus, right? This cell certainly can't join green, or green would become purple, and green can't be purple. And it can't take that plus either. Yeah, this cell, I think, has to be part of this plus. Let me know if you disagree with my assessment. That was probably not the best place to put in Hunter. We'll put in Human Flesh instead, just for contrast with the green. So we've got all of that squarey goodness going on. Okay, one of these two is a star. If this is 1 by 1, this isn't, and then this is, but then who knows what happens? Row 4, column 4. Row 4, column 4 certainly is an orange. I should probably mark just for the record. Yeah, so yeah, this is certainly not going to be pink. It's certainly not going to be green. It's certainly not going to be purple. So yeah, this goes with that plus. And so because it's a plus, we get to Sea Breeze. And so now that finishes purple, because purple can't grow anymore. Which is going to immediately X all of these cells around it because of the rules. Now this is a square and it can't grow anymore, so it's done. Which means that this green region is done. Now, this assuredly is part of Human Flesh, right? There's no way, right? Yeah, I guess maybe even more obviously, this is part of Human Flesh. So Human Flesh looks like this and is done. Oh, sorry. Oops. Wrong color of Human Flesh. Well, there are no wrong colors of Human Flesh, I suppose, but didn't match well, we'll say. So we've got that up there. Right, we can't have... yeah, I guess there are a couple reasons. This can't finish now because it would not have any bombs, and it can't finish now because it would be a 4-way intersection. So whichever of those you would like means this extends at least 1, and not more than 1, in that direction. This region is now forced because it's got to extend to the right, and it doesn't have anywhere else it can go. So we can make a little miniature royal purple business. And now I think we're going to start placing some bombs. Because now that's not a bomb, and 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 that's not a bomb. So that is a bomb. So that's not a bomb, that's not a bomb, and that's not a bomb. And now remember, one of these two had to be a 1x1. It's definitely not this one anymore. So it is this one. It will get the Black Monomino of Shame award. So we can X all of that off. So this now grows at least that far. So we can give that a Cimmerian sort of color. Okay. We've got all of that. Now one of these two is a bomb. I think this is what Jay Dyer is pointing out, actually. One of these two is a bomb, so that's not. And so, therefore, that is... agree. This cell grows. Oh, I don't think this is the one people are talking about, but it has to grow now, and it has to grow down. It can be imposter yellow. Row 5 already has 2 bombs. Wow. Row 5 growing up fast. Row 5 does have 2 bombs, which does place a bomb here, which now means that row 4 has 2 bombs. So no more bombs there, no more bombs there or there. As we continue going about our lives. Oh, right. Row 5, column 10. Great spot from Martin. This needs a bomb, and if it's smaller than 3x3, it can't have one, so it better take all of those cells. Carnival cake has arrived. So we have our carnival cake region, which had better finish this over here. And so that places a bomb, which places a bunch of not-a bombs. One of these two is a bomb, which places some more not-a bombs. So this region gets its bomb in this row, and this region gets its bomb in this row. So we actually have 2 bombs up here in row 1, because there's 2 regions that have to grab their bomb in row 1. So row 1 doesn't get any more bombs to the left of that. Because of that. Right. One of these is a bomb, and that's a bomb, so that's not a bomb. So yeah, so one of these two is a bomb, and one of these is a bomb. There's a no crossroads rule being applied that says these two are in the same region, but these two can't be in that region. This is Ambrose's point. So these two have to be yellow, which makes yellow look like this. But this is regular yellow, not imposter yellow. And so then this region over here can be, let's make it brown. Didn't do a whole lot for us, so we're going to make it brown. Let's see. There's all the bombs in this column already. I'm being told that row 6, column 7 also can't be a crossroads. That's true. That's true. So this is going to grow. This can be Kelly. Kelly has not shown up yet, so there we go. There's Kelly. So we've got all of that. Let's see. What else do we have? Is there anything up here? Maybe there's nothing I can do quite yet. Okay, so that's a fairly complicated spot from MNasty, but I think it's correct. We need to get 4 bombs in these 2 columns. That's 2 of them. What regions could possibly hit these 2 columns? MNasty's point is the only 2 regions that can get to these 2 columns are red and this plus. So therefore, red needs a bomb in row 7. So therefore, red had better go to row 7, and red had better not take a bomb there or there while we are at it. That is a very, very cute spot. So now, assuredly, this must be imposter yellow, right? Yeah, this cell must be imposter yellow because it's not going to get anywhere without becoming imposter yellow, which is going to force imposter yellow to... That's not imposter yellow. Going to force imposter yellow to go down to there, and now imposter yellow is done. Oh, red is also done because red can't thing. Uh-oh. What did I do? Oh, row 10, column 5. Ah, this argument. Row 10, column 5 could get to these 2. Darn it. Darn you, question mark. This cell assuredly goes with that plus, though, right? There's no way that these 2 don't become friends. Deep ocean it is. Let's see. Right. MicroStudy's point is nothing can reach this except for that plus. So these 2 are part of the same region. We're going to make it Simon's sweater region. So those can also be part of Simon's sweater. Because red is longer than it is tall, Nikolai. And so if because red is 3 wide, red can only be 1 or 2 tall. Can this be anything but yellow? I don't think this can be anything but yellow, can it? If this is not imposter... Oh, this could be not imposter yellow. So we have to use... I think we have to use MNasty's argument. This cell actually can't be Simon's sweater. Because if it was, Simon's sweater now looks like this. And now there aren't 4 bombs in columns 1 or 2. So even though this looks like it could be part of Simon's sweater, it actually can't by MNasty and MicroStudy's powers combined. So it has to be imposter yellow. And so I think that finishes imposter yellow. I don't think I would have ever spotted that without MNasty pointing that out before, but there we go. And now we avoid a 4-way. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm never going to remember that that's a rule. And so we get that. You're killing me, Michael. You're killing me. Yeah, we wouldn't want to avoid the other kind. Let's see. Yeah, there's a question mark at the bottom. I agree. But certainly this cell, for example, can't be part of anything but Simon's sweater. So we will make it Simon's sweater indeed. We'll finish Simon's sweater. This region just needs a color now. I don't think I've used this color of blue, but maybe I have, actually. Oh, it's that color of blue. Never mind. Sorry. I have used... This is the one I called cerulean before. How about we make this one a nice mint, like a mojito or something? I'm gonna just start puzzles by describing the relationships that the digits are in, and have the relationships have no relationship to the rules of the puzzle. It is just an update on the continuing soap opera of the digits. Anyway, there must be a bomb in here, and there must be a bomb in here, because otherwise, per MNasty, we don't get to enough bombs. So therefore, there's no bombs in any of these cells, and we need a bomb in column 3, and it goes there. And now we need a bomb in this region, and it goes there. And now we have no more bombs coming down here. And so now we get a bomb here because red needs a bomb. So that's not a bomb. So one of these two is a bomb, but who knows which. The digits are all swiveling. So there's got to be a... oh, right. These can't be bombs because of mint. I was going to do this in a really elaborate way, but I don't need to do it in an elaborate way. Just because of mint, these aren't bombs. So that is what it is, I suppose. Oh, in column 6. Oh, that could be a bomb. I was thinking that there had to be a bomb in those two and a bomb in those two, but that could be a bomb. I think that this is the high visibility jacket one, right? The high visibility jacket is the one that I call imposter yellow, because it's not the... There does have to be 2 bombs in a column, but that could be the bomb. Right. This square has to grow, is Jay Dyer's point. Because if this square stopped, we get the bad kind of 4-way. So, oh, I have used that shade of blue. Rust bucket it is. So we've got that. Okay. One of these two is... let's see. Okay. I think I can start removing... Actually, maybe I'm a little worried I'm going to screw this up if I start removing X's up here, because then I'm going to look at the columns, and then I'm going to say things that are ridiculous. There are 4 spots for a bomb in this column, Sayori, I believe, right? Am I wrong? Is one of these actually not a spot for a bomb? Okay. Yeah, at first I thought it was going to be gorgeous, because I thought it was going to be that one of each of these had to be a bomb. But then we had that up there. Bomb and blue. Right. Okay. Martin has a good way to phrase it that gets us Sayori's point. Bomb in this blue region is certainly in one of these 2 cells, and so that definitely means that's not a bomb, which means that is a bomb. Which I don't think, unfortunately, tells us anything, but what can you do? The second bomb in row 6 is over here somewhere. But unfortunately, I don't think I even know if it's in this lovely green color. Uniqueness on Rust Bucket. Yeah, there we go. X's in row 7. Right. It does give X's in row 7, right. The point is, because one of these two is definitely the bomb for row 6, neither of these can be a bomb. Try to extend the green square into row 8, column 8. So if the green square does this, that goes down, this goes over. I've probably created a 4-way already and not noticed it, but it looks to me like that will just go down. In my brain, it all looks okay. I can visualize it, but I may have created a 4-way intersection somewhere. What if this blue grows? If this blue becomes a 3x3, is that a problem? I don't think that's... Oh, that is a problem. This can't be a 4-way. Or sorry, this can't be a 3x3, because if this is a 3x3, this cell becomes unobtainium. So this is not a 3x3, at least. I can do that. So something has to take that cell. Tristan believes that the premiere will be ready to go by the end of stream. Let's see. If this is a 2x2 going here, then it must be that red takes all of these cells. Looks okay to me. Right. This cell's definitely taken by this region. We might as well go ahead and give this region a name of some description. We're unfortunately out of great colors. We'll go with Human Flesh version 2. That is version 2, right? Oh, no, that was Human Flesh version 1. Sorry. We'll go with Human Flesh version 2. A nice little stripy Human Flesh version. Perhaps. I think the striped Human Flesh version will be most pleasing to everyone. Yeah, so there we go. If green doesn't grow, you run into bomb region problems. I am being told. Is it like I put too many bombs in this row? So I'll have 1, 2, 3. I'm only counting to 3 bombs that I know for sure are there. Is it something to do with the bottom rows? 1, 2, 3. I know the 4th is either there or there. Oh, okay. I see. J40 has an elegant way to see this that I think is going to, like, it amounts to the same thing, but my brain can see it more quickly. One of these two has to grow because they can't both get their bomb in row 7. But whichever one grows, it forces the other to grow, because if green grows, then blue has to follow it. And if blue grows, then now green is the only thing that can get this cell. So they both always grow. And now for the hardest part of matching what shade of blue this is. It's not that one. It's not that one. Oops. It's that one. It's that one. So there we go. And so now, I want to say that this was Ms. Kelly. This was Ms. Kelly. To do that. So now Rust Bucket is over here. Yeah, color picker tool would be super useful. That in addition to the tell me what bet cell to use feature, I would also like that as a feature for Sven to add. Okay, and this is the bikini tan line human flesh color. Okay, so now that we have all of that, now one of those two is a bomb, so that's not. And so this is that. This is the closest to what's usually called Kelly Green. And so this is somewhat similar, but not quite that similar to Hunter Green, which is over down here. And so at some point, chat came up with the lore that Hunter and Kelly are dating, which is why this came up. Okay. Right. And now row 1, column 6 can't be a bomb, Playmaker points out, because I need a bomb here and I need a bomb here, so I'm not getting a bomb there. So I am getting a bomb there, so I'm not getting a bomb there, so I am getting a bomb there. Okay, and now that's all the bombs for row 10, once I take into account the fact that this is getting one there, so that's not a bomb. So this is a bomb. Royal Purple needs a bomb. So that is so that's the bomb. So that says that's not a bomb. So that makes that a bomb. Makes that not a bomb. Makes that a bomb. Makes these not bombs. Oops. And now one of these two is a bomb. So these aren't bombs. Also, because there's already 2 bombs in the row, those aren't bombs. Whichever of those tickles your fancy. Hunter now needs a bomb, MicroStudy points out, and that bomb goes there. Let's see. Bomb in row 7 needs to go here, taking care of Kelly. Second bomb in row 6, I think, has to go here now, if I'm not mistaken. And now second bomb in row 9, I think, has to go here. Nope, sorry, not there. By there, I meant there. Yeah, Kelly and Hunter have a lot in common. That's why they get along so well as a couple. And I think that's all of them. Although, of course, we don't get answer check of any sort for hybrid things. But that was fun. I enjoyed that. My brain will eventually understand the no 4-way intersection rule, but it was hard for me to spot, and I don't think I successfully myself made even a single spot of it. Tatamibari Fillomino sounds fun. I feel like you could do Tatamibari Fillomino with like Denver Country Road rules or something like that, because I feel like Tatamibari Country Road hybrid is just like begging to happen, because this is exactly what a Country Road puzzle normally looks like anyway. Very cool puzzle as always, Bence. I enjoyed this one a lot. I am very glad that Jovial showed me this series. If you there was a while back where Jovial did a guest stream with us, which I quite enjoyed, and I recommend going back to look at, because she introduced us to some new pencil puzzle things, and one of them was this series of Starbattle hybrids that I have quite enjoyed. I agree with MicroStudy. Yeah, you could Hayawaki it as well. Yeah, yeah, I think there's a lot of potential. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break just to stretch, and I'll be back, and we'll do more puzzles. So see you all in just a shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. Oh, Doomdiad is going to prepare a snack mystery box for me to do a snack taste testing stream. We just have to get a PO box set up. I think we don't yet have a stream PO box, but we can get a stream PO box, and then people can send snacks, and I will eat them on stream, and we can have our mukbang Sudoku stream. Alrighty, so next up we have Paddock II by Fuxia. We did Paddock I by Fuchsia some time ago. I always enjoy Fuchsia puzzles. Fuchsia tends to set 2-star puzzles very consistently. So this I believe will be I can talk, I swear. This I believe will be a very good puzzle because of that. So what do we have here? We have normal killer rules. So we have the sum of these two cells, for example, they need to sum to 6. These need to sum to 14. And digits can't repeat in cages, so I can't make this a 3-3. And also on anti-knight lines, digits cannot repeat, and they cannot see a copy of the digit a knight's move away. So I think what that immediately means, for example, is that this digit can't, in this box, go here, 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 or here. So I think this digit goes there, for example. So I'll let you think about what that means while I pick a bet tree and throw it over down there. But I think those are all of the rules. And I think that just by Sudoku alone, these two digits have to be a 6, because I don't think there's any other digit. Oh, no, they could be a 5. So they're 5 or 6. We're not quite there yet. So this is a 1 or a 2. Okay, so this digit must go here by symmetry. So we have that. And so this is in a 6 cage and a 13 cage. So it's a 4 or a 5. And so this is an 8 or 9. And this is a what or what? This is also an 8 or 9. So these are both 8 9s. And they have to be different 8 9s, actually, I'm going to guess the point, because this one is on an anti-knight line. And so because they're different 8 9s, or were they always going to be different 8 9s? Let's see. If this is a 4, that's a 9. Let's see. If this is a 5, does it break? If this is a 5, then blue is a 6. No, I think that works out okay. If this is a 5, this is a 6, and this is an... No, that doesn't work. If green is 5, I think they work out to both be 8. If this is a 5, then that's a 6. And so 5 plus 8 is 13, and 6 plus 8 is 14. That doesn't work. So this is, in fact, a 4. So 4 may, in fact, be still alone in the corner, but at least 4 is... at least 4 gets a dance. Alrighty, so let us get the 4 dance. Been doing a lot of 4 dances lately. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Let's see. Selena says that something would sum to 27. And this would sum to 77, so these two would add to 10. Ah, okay. I like Selena's proof a lot, actually. So Selena's proof here that this is a 4 is that these digits are all different by anti-knight lines, and they sum to 27. These definitely sum to 17, so these sum to 10 and are different, so they have to be 4 and 6. Anyway, so that's a 6, that's a 6, that's a 4, that's a 4, that's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 9, and an 8. So we've got all of that going on. So where does this 9 go in this box? The 9 goes here in this box. Where does the 1 go in this box? The 1 goes here in this box, I believe. So we've got those. that's a smooth spot. So Sayori points out I can't put 2 in a 3-cell 20 cage, so there's a 2 down here somewhere. So there's a 2 over here somewhere. And I can't put a 2 in this 11 cage either, so the 2 in this box definitely goes in one of those spots. So let us see. Yeah, I guess we can do similar logic down here where we can say, okay, where does this digit go now in this box? And so not there, 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 there. So that's yellow. And likewise, if this is red, that is red. Okay, so this is in both a 7 cage and a 12 cage. So it's at most 6, but it's more than 2. Neither of them can be 4. So I believe this is 3, 5, or 6. Oh, I can't put a 6 in a 12 cage either while I'm thinking about things. I did not put the red in the right place. This cell could also be red if red is 7.5. I also was hypothecating the 6, 6, 12 cage, so we've got some good things going on. If this is a 3, this would be a 4. And if this is a 5, this would be a 2. If this is a 3, this would be a 9. If this is a 5, this would be a 7. Okay, so is there anything at all restricted? So this is at least 4, I suppose, by virtue of the fact that it is in a 13 cage. And it's not a 6 or a 9. So this is 4, 5, 7, or 8. Yeah, it only says integers can't repeat in rows, not half integers. So we've got all of that. If this is a 7, that would be a 2, Sayori points out, because of the 2 spot earlier. So these are only 4, 5, or 8. This can't be a 1. Oh, no, sorry. That's in the wrong place for me to care about it being a 1. Oh, no, this still can't be a... Oh, but it's still a 13 cage and not a 9 cage. Dang, damn it. Okay. So, anyway, this is 1, 4, or 5. Oh, it's apparently not a 4 because there's a 4 above it. So that's not a 4. So that's not a 5. So this isn't a 5. 4 would go with 9. 8 would go with 5. So these are 5, 9, 1, 5. Can we do the math thing again? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think we can quite do the same math trick that we got before, and by we got before, I mean that Selena spotted before. But we can definitely place this in this box, for example. So let us give this a color. It can be orange, and orange in this box. Well, it's not 9. Orange in this box goes here. So that cell's a 2 or a 4, despite my best efforts. This cell... Oh, so I should get rid of the green coloring because green could be one of these. And so we can bring back green, though. Especially since this cell has a chance of being a 5. It feels like making it green is only the right thing to do. So that cell's green and is a 5 or a 9. Okay. Oh, that's really clever. So a few people in chat point out we actually can resolve this because the 7 cage is one of 2 things. It's either 4, 3, or it's 2 5s. There's always either a 4 or a 5 in the 7 cage, and therefore the 9 cage can't have a 4 and a 5. And so, therefore, we get our 8, R1, and R5 and R3 and R4 and R3 and R9 all sort of filled in, and so that's a 4, and that's a 5. Very good spotting there. Several people in chat were pointing that out. Okay, so we've got all of that. 5 in this box. Is that at all interesting? Maybe not instantaneously. I think a 3 over here. Oh, 4 is placed in box 3, Nicholas points out. Just by being ruled out of the rows and columns. No anti-night lines or anything. 1 in box 5, mirroring the 2. 1 can't go in a 2-cell 20 cage. So that puts a 1 in one of these cells, and not that one. And not that one either, because of anti-night lines. So that's a 1. Very good. So these are just a quad. They're not a 3, 5, 9 quad. Try again, Mark. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not a 9, not a 9. Let's see. Can I do anything with that? Ah, right. That one's not a 9 either because it sees the 9 by anti-night. So that's a 9. So there's a 9 up here somewhere. So there is a 9 in the 20 cage. Just by the column. And there is an 8 in the 20 cage just by the column. So the cage is actually forced to be 3, 8, 9 immediately, which makes that a 3. So these are the remaining digits. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 2, 4, and 6, and neither of these is allowed to be a 4, so that's a 4. So 2, 6 there. So these are a pair of whatever they happen to be. Not 2 or 6, despite thinking possibly to the contrary. 9 sees this, D-Web points out, so that's the 9. Good. I was thinking that was going to mean the 8 was going to see that, but it did not. But the 3 sees that, is being pointed out, so that is an 8, and that's a 3. Should probably good lift this, so it's not 2, so it could be 3, 8. And it can't be 4, 7, so it could be 5, 6. But this is never 6 or 8. So this is never 3 or 5. It is 6 or 8. But that 3, 5 actually sees that 3 as well. How did this become unable to be 3? Did I? Oh, sorry. I just did not do this very well. Okay, so this is not 6 or 8. So this is not 3 or 5. Right, okay. And this is not 3. Oh, no. Sorry, that 3 is not on a line. Thank you, sorry. That 3 is not on a line, right. Every time I've looked and said and thought like, oh, wait, is that on a line? I have been fortunate, but this time it is not. 9 in box 9 seems to be in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. I was so sure I was going to make it. I was very vigilant at the beginning, and then I got lazy, and then I started making the mistake. The most cursed of lines. Let's see. This 5, 7. Trying to decide if there's some cell that sees them in an interesting way, but I don't think that there is. This is not a 3. Agree with that, because that 3 is on a line. Yeah, I guess 3 in box 1 is always in one of these two spots only, DWeb points out. So that puts 3 in this box in one of these cells, and it's not that one. So 3 in this box is actually only in one of these two cells. 4 in box 7. So 4 in box 7 is always in one of these 3 cells. So that's... Oh, it's not that one, actually. So that's never the 4, is Selena's point. So 4 in this box is always in one of these cells. And it's not that one either because of that 4 over there. So it's one of these two. And so therefore, 4 in row 6, yes, Selena points out correctly, 4 in row 6, therefore, has to go there. Random. So, what now? So we've got this 5-7 pair that's pushing 5 over down here, for whatever that is worth. So 5 up here somewhere. Let's see. Well, there's definitely, I guess, a 6 over in one of these cells. One in box 5 by Anti-Knight. Anti-Knight from where? Hey, Casey, how are you doing? That is true. These two cells see the 5-7 pair. So if I good lift these, they're not 5 or 7. That's a good spot. Because each of these see that 5-7 in the row and that 5-7 by Anti-Knight. So these are never 5 and they're never 7. Which is cool. Great spot. Yes, that one sees that. Got it. Yep. So that's a 1. And so now that's a 1 by regular Sudoku that doesn't involve any insanity. And so now this is a 1, sadly obviating the very cool 5-7 spot. Because this is a 1 by where do I put 1 in this box? And now this is a 1 by where do I put 1 in this box? And now that's a 9. So we've got some more digits doing digit things. Right, and so these two can't be 2 or 6 for the same reason. And they are also not 5 or 7. So these are not 2 or 6, and they're not 5 or 7. So this is actually a very weird naked 3, because it sees the entirety of this confluence of digits. So that's a 3, which makes that a 5 and a 6. Casey says there's only 1 left in the whole world, and it is there. Let's see. Now the 3 in this box is definitely on this line, and it can only go there, actually. It can't go there, because that would see that. So that 3 now sees that this is a 3, which means that's a 4. Which means that's a 4. So let's see. We've got some. So that's not a 3 either. That's a 5 or a 7. Let's see. What are these digits, and are any of them magic? Let's see. Let's see, 419. We've already got the 4, the 1, and the 9. Let's see, are there any random naked singles down here? Very much no. This isn't a 5 or 7, though. Oh, there's a 2-7 pair in box 6. Hey, how about that? I was thinking the thing I was going to get was that this was going to be resolved by anti-knight, but actually it was resolved by regular old, these are a 2-7 pair, so that's an 8. Sort of logic. So now that's an 8. So that's a 9. So that is not an 8. Tristan will tell you in a second what this is anyway, so I might as well ruin the surprise for you now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is an 8. So congratulations to all the 8 bettors and ranks out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. So let's see. So these are some giant mess is the answer. Let's see. So yeah, 3 in this box is in one of those 2 places. Let's see. What about this? Is this a 2, 5, or 7? It is a 2, 5, or 7. Oh yeah, 9 is placed in box 4. Ambrose points out. Thank you for saving me, Ambrose. Which places the 9 up there? Which places the 3 in this row? Means that's not a 9. Oh, yeah, in column 3, one of these is definitely the 7, is, I believe, what DWeb is suggesting that I should know. Let's see. Row 5, there we go. Row 5 is a 7 and a 2. And that 7 and the 2, that 7 fixes that 5 and that 7. No 5 there. No 2s there. These are a 6 and a 5. So saith Sven. So that's not a 6. These are a... Oh, no, they're not quite a pair. Well, I'm going to fill them in anyway. And be just delighted that I did. This is a 3 because I said that there was a 3 in this box and it wasn't there, so it was there. That is a 7 apparently because of the thingy thing. So that's a 5. It doesn't see anything immediately. But that 2, Casey points out, sees that cell, so that's a 6 and that's a 2, so that's a 6. So this is a 2 or a 7. Sure is. Box 1 has a 2-6 pair, meaning that's not a 2, and this isn't a 2 or a 6, and that's not a 2. Oh, these are a 5, 7, 8 triple, so that's never a 7. And so this is a 2 or a 6, right? By the column, just to finish off the column. Uh-oh. Lakia says I did something wrong. Did I apply anti-knight to a digit that wasn't on a line? That sounds like me. Lakia has retracted. Perhaps I did not screw it up this time. That is possible. Right. That 7 sees that 2 by anti-knight. Sayori points out, so that's a 2 and that's a 7. So that's a 2 and that's a 6 and that's a 7. And that's a 2 and that's a 7. That's a 2. So that is therefore a 6 and a 2. No 2 going on there. So this is a single. It is a 6, it would seem. No 2 goes there. I must be missing something. Row 8, column 6. That 7 sees that 5. So that 7 sees this digit. So that's 5 and 7. It's 8, 5, 7, 2, 7, 8, 5. I really enjoy these anti-knight lines. because they're sort of like they're anti-knight, but they let your puzzle still have a solve path to it in a way that is nicer. I think it'd be cool if these were implemented in some sort of solver, because it would be easier to make sure you don't break the puzzle. Because I would be very scared of publishing a puzzle with this rule set, and then accidentally at the end it turns out that I have 2 3s that see each other that I didn't see when I was setting it or something. But very smooth, very nice puzzle. All right, I am going to take a little break and stretch my legs, and I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. 10-line Fillomino. I don't think I have seen a 10-line Fillomino yet. I have thought about it. It's cute that you can have your 10-line Fillomino just go, like, every line can just go 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 all the way around the line. Do please like the stream if you have not. Thank you, Nicholas, for the reminder to ask people to give the little thumbs up. And do contemplate subscribing if you have not. And if you are subscribed, you can hit the little bell icon, and that will also make the YouTube algorithm happy. A rare Tristan sighting. Yeah, we'll get to see in less than an hour, Casey, we're going to be debuting a Tristan video, so you can see a lot of Tristan in the video. Alrighty, so next up we have a Qodec sandwich, which I'm realizing is slightly cut off. Let me see if I can fix it. No, that's not what I want. I want that. No, not that either. I want... Please let me select that. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now it is not cut off. Yep. In 50 minutes or so, or maybe a little longer if it takes me a long time to solve this codec puzzle, we'll be debuting the Tallcat and Tristan collaborative solve of my Perdoku. Okay, so here we have sandwich and killer. So digits don't repeat within cages, and the cages sum to the indicated total. And the rows and columns have clues that that give you information about the sum between the 1 and the 9 in that row or column. So a very useful thing I think to note is that an 8 cage, by the way, I'm going to put a bet tree down there. A very useful thing to note is that every 3-cell 8 cage has a 1. And I don't think that can possibly be the 1, because if that's the 1, the earliest I could put the 9 is there, but then these two would sum to 7, and that's not less than 5. So that's, in fact, never the 1. It's never a 9 either. So I'm going to use gray to indicate cells I know definitely aren't the crust. So my sandwich... And so less than 5 is a sandwich clue actually tells you the sandwich is a 1-cell sandwich. So it can't be 2 cells. So that is the absolute latest I could have a crust. So there's no crust over here. So we've got all of that happening. That can't be a sand crust either, because if that was a crust, again, it would have to be a 1-cell. Could be 1 or 0. 1 or 0. Not longer than 1. But anyway, these can't be crusts either for the same reason, because if either of these was a crust, I would need to have another crust over here, but I don't have any crusts to use. So I definitely have a 9 in one of these cells. Yeah, I guess the other way to see it is one of these needs the 9 over there. Yeah, one of these cells is a 9 for sure. Okay. And there's no immediate geometry I get out of this nonsense, is there? I mean, I guess I know this cell goes in one of these 2 cells. Is that possibly interesting? I mean, I guess kind of. Maybe, possibly. Maybe not. I'm not sure. It's probably better that I could do with my life than that. Well, this isn't crust, because my 21 cage certainly doesn't have a 1 in it. And so if the 9 were there, the earliest the 1 could go is there. That's never going to work. Now, if that was the 9 already, the smallest digit, I guess I could go 941 exactly, maybe. And that would probably be okay without being any sort of problem. People are saying the 9 in box 1 is limited, but I don't think it is it? Can't it be in any of the 4 cells that it's implicitly in? Yeah, so row 2 I think is fine. I don't think I know anything really about where the 9 is in this box. I do know that 1 and 9 are together in a column, for whatever that is worth. I suspect that this is going to be a 6, 7, 8 cage, but I certainly don't know anywhere near enough there. Uh, let's see. 1 in box 2 is not in column 6 then. Okay, so if 1 was here, then my 9 that matched it would have to go over here, which is going to be a big problem because then that 1 or 9 is going to leave 1 or 9 down here that's going to have to pair with 1 over here in the row, and that's never going to work. So yeah, so if I try and put a 1 in either of these, then I put an unmatched crust into box 6. So that's not going to work. So those are not crust of any sort. So the 1 is in fact here somewhere. Column 6. I think I may have said box 6 when I meant column 6. Trying to decide how on earth I'm supposed to use the fact that there's only 2 crusts in this 8 cage, but I do not know. Ah, yeah, that's true. Yep. That's a great spot, Targaryen. If this is crust, I would need to make one of these 2 crust and one of these 2 crust, and that's too many crusts. Exactly the same is true of this cell, I believe. If this was crust, I would need to make one of these 2 crust and one of these 2 crusts. That is also, I believe. Oh no, sorry, not necessarily. I could go up. I would need to make one of these 2 crust and then that 1 crust, or one of these 2 crust, but that might be okay. But does work for row 9, column 1. Same argument. Because if this were crust, again, we'd want crusts in both of those directions, and we can't have that. So we've got 2 1/9s in here. And they're not both there. And they're not both there. Because either of those things would break one of the rows. So there's 1 crust piece in one of these 2 cells and 1 crust piece in one of these 2. I'll just denote that like that. One of these 2 is crust, one of these 2 is crust. And if one of these 2 is crust, that rules out these from being crust. Because if either of these was crust, then I'd need a crust in here, and that would be too many for the box. So none of those are crust. Let's see. Interesting. So 1 in row 9, good, is definitely over here. Because 1 doesn't go in a 3-cell 20 cage at all. Good spot from D-Web there. So this cell I know goes in one of those 2 for whatever it's worth. So this is particularly likely to be crust. Good spot to Martin. Neither of these can be crust because they can't match with something below them because there's nothing in the box, and they can't match with something above them because the 2 crusts in this box are in the same column. So those are both not crust. I agree. So yeah, so there's 2 going down here. And so yeah, so there's one sort of crisscrossing these 2 boxes is what people are saying, which I agree is true. Trying to decide if there's anything forced about the fact that this is the only row that doesn't have a less than 5, but I don't think I quite know. Let's see. If this is crust, is that a problem with this column? I can't imagine that it is. 15 could be as small as a 2-cell sandwich. So let's see. I don't think the 12 cage is going to stop me from making this. Does the 12 cage stop me from making this a 1 or a 9 in different ways? I don't think so. Well, let's check. If this is a 9... the 12 cage has 12 cage doesn't have a 1, it doesn't have a 9, that's fair. But doesn't quite get us doesn't quite manage to get us anything. I can corner mark that this cell only goes in one of 5 places in box 3. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. If neither of these is crust, I have to put 2 crusts in these 5 cells. Is there a problem? Is there an obvious problem with having to put 2 crusts in these 5 cells? I don't think so. Not that I can appreciate anyway. I can't imagine there's any interesting facts about a 5-cell 24 cage. 25 cage, there's only one way to make without an 8, or sorry, without a 9. So that sort of suggests to me that there can't be a 1 or a 9 in this cage, but who knows? I do not see it, if that is true. I don't see anything wrong with one of these being a 9. Like, I could do a 9, a tiny digit, and a 1 like that. Or even a 9 there and a 1 there, I think. Let's see. Egbert says if this is a 1, then the box 719 is broken. So there'd be a 1 or 9 there. Would have to be there, and then there or there. Why is it broken? You're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad to hear your setting. I think setting is a lot of fun, so I encourage everyone to give it a try. I'm not seeing what breaks in box 7 if this is a 1. I agree with that. So if there's a 1 and a 9 here, then I end up with A19 here and A19 here. But what's wrong with there being A19 here? I don't see I don't see a problem. Yeah, that's the problem. That got me when I started. Yep, less than 5 can be 0. Yeah, I don't know why that also took me a while to think of. Tragically. Uh uh Oh yeah, you would not believe how often I get asked if 0 is even or not. Uh it is a very common discussion point. Uh I think I can use Sudoku to prove that this digit and this digit are different on this 9 cage, which is not necessarily helpful. I feel like looking at what happens with the 1 and the 9 in this row and whether that 1 and 9 happen to both live in this cage in row 6 or not is has got to be something. But I like, if the 1 and 9 are both in here, what does it do? If they're not both in here, what does it do? I don't understand the implication of it at all. It must do something. But I don't understand what. Uh, uh, I have no guesses as of yet to what. Yeah, and this can just barely get away with being a crust because 15 is at least 2 cells, but that can just want to do that. Uh, maybe we're meant to think about 2, 3, 4s. There's a lot of digits in 2, 3, 4 and nothing though. Uh, like, there's always this like weird deduction about sort of how Sudoku or how sandwich clues have to get spread between 3 Sudoku boxes, but I don't think it's going to do anything in this universe. Oh, I do think I'm inclined to believe that this can't be crust. Oh no, it can. It could go 941. 941 is fine. So it can just be crust, but only in very specific circumstances. Uh, uh, so if one of, so should I ask myself like this specifically? Oh, this specifically can't be a crust, I think. If this was a crust, then I think I need a crust in one of these two, and I need a crust in one of these two, and that repeats it within the cage. So I think that's not a crust. Oh, no, sorry, that's wrong. It could go there. I think these could both be crusts, right? Yeah, I think those could both be crusts, and then I could go down. Never mind. See, I don't think there's anything immediately wrong with those being crusts. Uh, Yeah, I think annoyingly, I think this can be crust. It is true if this is crust, I do get a crust down there, and I do get a crust there. So if there's a crust here, then I do get my crust down there, and I get no crusts in any of those cells, but that doesn't seem like a big deal. If this is a crust, neither of these are crust. And so then there's crusts over there, and there's a crust down there. So if this is a crust, actually, then the other crust is in one of these two cells, and that rules that other crust out of all of these cells, and so the other crust would end up in one of these three cells, which seems an absolutely useless deduction. Because I don't even know that concluding that one of these is crust would be useful. But I think it's true because of the way that these things get distributed. And if this is crust, one of these two is crust, and then none of these are crust. So what? If there's a 1 in this cage, there's also a 9 in it. So if there's a crust in this cage, there's 2 crusts in this cage. That doesn't seem useful. Let's see. If this is crust, one of these two would be crust. So none of these would be crust. So that would be crust, and one of these would be crust. Yeah, it only works the one way. I was only interested in 1s, not in 9s. Yeah, I was wondering if I was supposed to only be thinking about 1s. So why doesn't it work to have a crust there and a crust in one of these two? Okay, I do understand it now. I think. Right. Okay, so if either of these two is a crust, it's going to force one of these two to be the other crust. And so none of these are crusts. And so now, therefore, one of these must be a crust, but not both, and that's a crust. The problem is now this cell's not a crust because these two are different crusts. So that cell's not a crust. That cell's not a crust. And now I don't have my place for my second crust. So I agree, neither of these is a crust. That's kind of crazy, but I believe it. Because of the sort of the interaction of this. So if a crust is here, interestingly, I think that means that's a crust exactly, right? No, not necessarily. If a crust is here, if a crust is in one of these two cells, the other crust. Yeah, there's something weird going on with like this pair of cells, like this being a crust does very weird things to where the other crust goes. Maybe the question is, if this is a crust, where is the other crust? Because if this is a crust... yeah, I don't think I'm quite getting it. Okay. So in the world where one of these is a crust, I think my claim was that maybe can't be a crust. I don't know. Yeah, that's why we have this pencil marking Eckbert. It's just saying one of these two is a crust and one of these two is a crust. Right. If this is a crust, that can't be a crust for sure. That could maybe be a crust. If this is crust, right? Okay, that's right. Okay, yeah. If this is crust, the point is where does it go in column 2? Because this can't go there, there, and it's not gray, so it would go here in column 2. But the two crusts here go together. And so if this is a crust, then we end up with two crusts up there. And then we'd end up with a crust down here. And so we'd have a crust in there. So I agree with that, and that feels suspicious. In fact, if any of these 4 cells are crust, that same argument about column 2 applies, right? If any one of these is crust, oh no, it doesn't work for these two. It's if either of these two is a crust, that's going to force that digit in column 2 to end up up here, right? I think if either of these two is a crust, I think the same argument works that that it ends up there. Qodec has spotted something. Good, good. Hmm. Exactly 6, 7, 8. So yeah, these 4 digits as a set are 4 of these 5 digits. So yeah. Oh no, poor Sarah. So the 1 and 9 in box 1 are in the same column. Is that what you're thinking about, Qodec? Or is there something deeper about what happens if 1 and 9 are in this column or something like that? Uh, row 8, column 2, 3. Can't be a 1-9 pair. I agree. Yeah, the 9 definitely needs to connect with 1. So if 1 and 9 do go in this column, I do end up with a 1 and a 9 in these cells. But I can't imagine, what am I doing with that? I don't know. Uh, 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 whatever you think, Tristan. I don't know if this is going to be the sort of puzzle where once we make progress, it's all going to solve. Uh, we've got sort of 2 1-9s hanging out over here. Somewhere, either there or there. Oh, maybe is that not even true? Do they not have to do that? Do I know that the 2 crusts in box 3 are in the same row? I don't think I know that. Maybe I know that. I do. Ah, right. Otherwise, it connects to right. Otherwise, the 9 in box 1 joins one of them. Right. So we've got 2 in a row here. Either there or there. If this 8 cage is there something 8 something to do with the 8 cage? Like the 8 cage is 1, 3, 4. Then I only have a 2 available. Or something. Like the fact that the low digits might end up in the 8 cage is sort of making me think that like maybe we can argue that the 9 has to be there, the 1 can't be there or something. But I feel like we could even do 1, 2, 5 and then still have a 3 and a 4 left over. And have it be fine. So what if this is a 1, a low digit, and a 9? Does that do anything interesting over here? I don't think so, because I don't think we know that the low digit doesn't go there. We know that there's 2 high digits up here somewhere. Does it get us anywhere, DWeb? let's see. We can look at dweb's chain here. So if 1 and 9 are in column 2, so in dweb's universe, if one of these two is a crust, it then means that one of these two is a crust down here. It means that one of these two is a crust up here. 4 in box 2. So yeah, so then one of these two is a crust over here. And of course, that'll be a crust for sure. Yeah, maybe this doesn't, oh no. Qodec is wondering if Qodec set this and forgot that 0 is less than 5. Yeah, if we're not sure if the puzzle works, then we probably should not. Let's see. I'm trying to see, where did I grab this? Let's see. Oh, I think Tristan already took it out of the bucket. I was going to see if there's an LMD page link, but I think Tristan already pulled this out of the bucket. I was going to look at the LMD page. If there was an LMD page. Oh, this wasn't on LMD. Okay. Well, perhaps we should let this one go. And get ready for the premiere at 2, or I guess in 12 minutes. But I guess, yeah, we'll do the premiere in 12 minutes. But let's just pretend for a moment that there's no. While we do that, let's pretend that there's no such thing as a 0 sandwich and see if it suddenly works. Because if there's suddenly no 0 sandwich, we know the 9 is down here for sure. Which means that these are definitely not gray. We'd know that one of these was a 9. We'd know, let's see. Place 1 and 9 in box 3. Right, because the 1... Right. The 1 is over here, right? Because otherwise, if the 1's not there, then the 1's over here somewhere. But, oh, right, sorry. If the way to say it is if the 1's not here, the 1's down here somewhere, and that's going to make a sandwich that's way too big. So these would be 1, 9. These would be gray. And in fact, these would be a 1, 9 pair. That would be gray. Not 1 or 9. Not 1 or 9. These would be gray. There'd be a 1 down here somewhere. This couldn't be a crust because of the 15 clue. Let's see. This couldn't be a crust because of the 15 clue. Let's see. Can I do a 4-cell 15 sum? Yeah, I could do 2, 3, 4, 6, right? 2, 3, 4, 6 sounds good. 24 certainly can do fine without a 1 or a 9, right? Yeah, there's plenty of options without a 1 or a 9, unfortunately. This would be 2, 3, or 4. That's true. Let's see. And column 2 is gray in box 7. Right. Right. Yeah, if we're assuming no 0, then whatever crust goes here certainly needs to be joined by a crust over there. So one of these would be a crust, and the fact that one of those was a crust would then mean my 1 and 9 weren't here. So I would be gray over there. I would have my 1 and my 9 like that, I believe. Oops. Which would force the 1 and the 9 here, like that, to make that work. Gray. Oops. So these would be 2, 3, 4. This would be 3, 4, 5, just for the record. This would be 2, 3, 4. So this would be 2, 3, 4. That would make a 2, 3, 4 triple, which would make that a 5, which would make that a 2, which would make these a 3, 4 pair now. These would not be gray anymore. So now, this is a lot smoother if you don't acknowledge the existence of 0. If row 5, column 1 is crust, there's no crust in the big cage. I read the rules to see if some 4 or less somehow specifically did this. No problem, Qodec. It happens to the best of us. I put this in the bucket a very long time ago, clearly. It's not row 5. Oh, that's row 5. If that's crust, then that's crust. No, sorry, that's not how that works. If that's crust, now people are saying they do mean row 6. I know one of these two is crust at least. If I know one of these two is crust, does that tell me that both of them are crust? I don't think so. Lakia means row 9, but what am I doing with row 9? So we could still do 9, 4, 1, or we could do 9. Oh, we can't do 6, 7, 8 anymore, at least. So we'd know there's a 9 in the cage. Because 6, 7, 8 would push 1 and 9 next to each other. 7, column 9. So where's 7, column 9? Do I know this isn't a 1? To Sayori? It's not a 1. Several people are saying it's not a 1. That 9 would be too far away. Oh, in the row. Right. If this is a 1 or a 9, those aren't crust, and so that's crust at the earliest, and then this clue is too big. So that's never crust. Got it. Okay, so that is crust. So these are a 7, 8 pair. That's a 1 or 9. So we've got all of that going on. This is saying one of these two is crust. If one of these two, so this crust goes in one of these two cells, therefore this crust is always, this cell's always crust, because if that cell's crust, this cell's still crust. So this cell's always crust. So these two aren't crust. So that's crust. Yeah, the other crust in the big region is definitely in one of these two cells. I agree. In this row, I now know these two aren't crust, for what it's worth. So now this cage doesn't have a 1 in it because a 1 requires a 9, for whatever it's worth. Is it? Matt Laffy, can't I have... Oh, right. This can't be a crust by that, because if this is a crust, now my clue is going to be way broken. Yeah, okay, absolutely. It's a crust, so that's a crust, so that's not a crust. Okay, yes, agree. So we can get rid of these. So those are a 1, 9. So that's gray, so that's purple, so these are gray. That's 1, 9. So the 21 cage needs a 7 or an 8. Yep, seems like that's true. So these are always from 7, 8, 9. And the 9 can't go here because it would have to go with 7, 8. So that's the 9. That's the 1. Purple. Gray. So 9, not 9, not 1. So 9, 1, 9, 1. 1, 9, 1, 9. These are gray. These are all gray. And it is time to do the premiere, I am being told. So we will, I'll have to let you finish this as homework. But I will expect all of your submissions over in the zetamath Discord. And we will be turning you over. Will it auto-direct them, Tristan, to the premiere? Or will they have to go there? Okay, so yeah. So you can either click the link and go to the premiere, or you can just let us auto-direct you. So again, we're going to be debuting a premiere of Tristan and Tallcat solving a Paradoku set by Rankskin I. I strongly encourage you to watch it and hang out. And I'll be in chat. Tristan will be in chat. And you can look forward to, after this, later, Rankskin is going to release a video, which will be very cool, of us setting this puzzle that Tristan and Tallcat are about to solve, which I think will be popular. All right, but that's all from me until we're there in a second. So I will be back in just a moment in that form. So see you later.